Inferno by Dante Alighieri, based on the translation of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Canto 1. The dark forest, the hill of hardship, the panther, the lion, and the wolf. Virgil. Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest, dark, for the straightforward pathway had been lost. Ah me, how hard a thing it is to say what was this forest, savage, rough, and stern, which in the very thought renews the fear. So bitter is it, death is little more, but of the good to treat which there I found, speak will I of the other things I saw there. I cannot well repeat how there I entered, so full was I of slumber at the moment in which I had abandoned the true way. But after I had reached a mountain's foot, at that point where the valley terminated, which had with consternation pierced my heart, upward I looked, and I beheld its shoulders vested already with that planet's rays which leadeth others right by every road. Then was the fear a little quieted that in my heart's lake had endured throughout the night, which I had passed so piteously, and even as he who with distressful breath forth issued from the sea upon the shore turns to the water perilous and gazes, so did my soul that still was fleeing onward turn itself back, to behold again the pass which never yet a living person left. After my weary body I had rested, the way resumed I on the desert slope, so that the firm foot ever was the lower. And lo, almost where the ascent began, a panther, light and swift exceedingly, which with a spotted skin was covered o'er. And never moved she from before my face, nay rather did impede so much my way, that many times I to return had turned. Time was the beginning of the morning, and up the sun was mounting with those stars that with him were, when love divine at first in motion set those beauteous things. So were to me occasion of good hope the variegated skin of that wild beast, the hour of time, and the delicious season, but not so much that did not give me fear when a lion's aspect to me appeared. It seemed as if he were against me coming, with head uplifted, and with ravenous hunger, so that the very air appeared afraid of him. And then a she-wolf, that with all hungering seemed to be laden in her meagreness, which many folk hath cause to live forlorn. She brought upon me so much heaviness, that with a fright roused by her aspect, I all hope relinquished of the height. And as he is, who at first willingly acquires, and time comes then that causes him to lose, weeps in all his thoughts, and is despondent, e'en such made me that beast withouten peace, which, coming on against me by degrees, thrust me back thither where the sun is silent. While I was rushing downward to the lowland, before mine eyes did one present himself, who seemed from long-continued silence hoarse. When I beheld him in the desert vast, "Have pity on me," unto him I cried, "whiche'er thou art, or shade, or real man." He answered me, "Not man. Man once I was, and both my parents were of Lombardy, and Mantuans by country, both of them. Sub Julio was I born, though it was late, and lived at Rome under the good Augustus, during the time of false and lying gods. A poet was I, And I sung of that just son of Anchises, who came forth from Troy, after that Ilion the superb was burned. But thou, why goest thou back to such annoyance? Why climbest thou not the Mount Delectable, which is the source and cause of every joy? Now, art thou that Virgilius, and that fountain which spreads abroad so wide a river of speech? I made response to him with bashful forehead. Oh, of the other poet's honour and light avail me the long study and great love that have impelled me to explore thy volume. Thou art my master and my author, thou. Thou art alone the one from whom I took the beautiful style that has done honour to me. Behold the beast for which I have turned back. Do thou protect me from her, famous sage, for she doth make my veins and pulse to tremble. Thee it behoves to take another road, responded he, when he beheld me weeping, if from this savage place thou wouldst escape, because this beast at which thou criest out suffers not any one to pass her way, but so doth harass him that she destroys him, and has a nature so malign and ruthless that never doth she glut her greedy will, and after food is hungrier than before. Many the animals with whom she weds, and more they shall be still, until the greyhound comes, who shall make her perish in her pain. He shall not feed on either earth or pelf, but upon wisdom, and on love and virtue. Twixt feltro and feltro shall his nation be. Of that low Italy shall he be saviour, on whose account the maid Camilla died, Euryalus, Turnus, Nisus, of their wounds. Through every city shall he hunt her down, until he shall have driven her back to hell, there from whence envy first did let her loose. Therefore I think, and judge it for thy best, thou follow me, and I will be thy guide, and lead thee hence through the eternal place, where thou shalt hear the desperate lamentations, shalt see the ancient spirits disconsolate, who cry out each one for the second death. And thou shalt see those who contented are within the fire, because they hope to come whene'er it may be to the blessed people, to whom, then, if thou wishest to ascend, a soul shall be for that than I more worthy. With her at my departure I will leave thee, because that emperor who reigns above, in that I was rebellious to his law, wills that through me none come into his city. He governs everywhere, and there he reigns. There is his city and his lofty throne. Oh, happy he whom thereto he elects. And I to him, Poet, I thee entreat, by that same God whom thou didst never know, so that I may escape this woe and worse, thou wouldst conduct me there where thou hast said that I may see the portal of St. Peter, and those thou makest so disconsolate. Then he moved on, and I behind him followed. Canto 2. The Descent, Dante's Protest and Virgil's Appeal. The Intercession of the Three Ladies Benedight. Day was departing, and the dusky air released all animals on earth from toil and from fatigue, and I, alone, prepared myself for a weary war, both of the way and likewise of the woe, which memory that errs not shall retrace. O Muses, O high genius, now assist me. O memory that didst write down what I saw, here thy nobility shall be manifest. And I began. Poet, who guidest me, regard my manhood, if it be sufficient, ere to the arduous pass thou dost confide me. Thou sayest that of Silvius the parent, while yet corruptible, unto the world immortal went, and was there bodily. But if the adversary of evil was courteous in thinking of the high effect that would issue from him, of the who and of the what, to men of intellect it would not seem unmeet, for he was of great Rome, and of her empire in the imperial heaven, as father chosen. The which and what, wishing to speak the truth, was stablished as the holy place wherein sits the successor of the greatest Peter. Upon this journey, in thy song renowned, things did he hear, which the occasion were both of his victory and the papal mantle. Thither went afterwards the chosen vessel, to bring back comfort thence unto that faith, which of salvation's way is the beginning. But I, why thither come I, or who concedes it? I not Aeneas am, I am not Paul, nor I nor others think me worthy of it. Therefore if I resign myself to come, I fear the coming may be ill-advised. Thou'rt wise, and knowest better than I speak. And as he is who unwills what he willed, and by new thoughts doth his intention change, so that from his design he quite withdraws, such I became upon that dark hillside, because my thinking undermined the enterprise which was so very prompt in the beginning. If I have well thy language understood, replied that shade of the magnanimous, thy soul with cowardice is tainted, which many times a man encumbers so, as turns him back from honoured exploit, as false sight doth a beast when he is shy. That thou mayst free thee from this apprehension, I'll tell thee why I came, and what I heard at the first moment when I grieved for thee. Among those was I who are in suspense, and a fair saintly lady called to me in such wise I besought her to command me. Her eyes were shining brighter than the star, and she began to say, gentle and low, with voice angelical, in her own language, O spirit courteous of Mantua, of whom the fame still in the world endures, and shall endure long-lasting as the world, a friend of mine, and not the friend of fortune, upon the desert slope is so impeded upon his way, that he has turned through terror, and may, I fear, already be so lost, that I too late have risen to his succour from that which I have heard of him in heaven. Bestir thee now, and with thy speech ornate, and with what needful is for his release, assist him so, that I may be consoled. Beatrice am I, who do bid thee go. I come from there where I would fain return. Love moved me, which compelleth me to speak. When I shall be in the presence of my Lord, full often will I praise thee unto him. Then paused she, and thereafter I began. O Lady of Virtue, thou alone through whom the human race exceedeth all contained within the lesser circles of the heavens, so grateful unto me is thy commandment, to obey, if 'twere already done, were late. No farther needest thou elucidate thy wish, but the cause tell me why thou dost not shun to here descend down to this centre from the vast place thou burnest to return to. Since thou wouldst fain discern so deeply, I will tell thee briefly why, she answered me. No dread deterred my entry here. Of those things only should one be afraid which have the power of doing others harm. Of the rest, no, because they are not fearful. God in his mercy in such wise created me, that your misery doth touch me not, nor any flame assail me from these fires. A gentle lady is in heaven, who grieves at this impediment to which I send thee, so that stern judgment there above is broken. In her entreaty she besought Lucia, and said, Thy faithful one now stands in need of thee, and unto thee I recommend him. Lucia, enemy of all that cruel is, hastened away, and came unto the place where I was sitting with the ancient Rachel. Beatrice, said she, the true praise of God, why succourest thou not him who loved thee so, and for whom he issued from the vulgar herd? Dost thou not hear the pity of his plaint? Dost thou not see the death that him assails beside that flood where ocean has no vaunt? Never were persons in the world so swift to work their weal and to escape their woe as I, after such words as these were uttered, came hither downward from my blessed seat, confiding in thy dignified discourse, which honours thee and those who've listened to it. After she thus had spoken to me, weeping, her shining eyes she turned away, whereby she made me swifter in my coming. And unto thee I came as she desired, and have delivered thee from that wild beast which barred the beautiful mountain's short ascent. What is it then? Why dost thou delay? Why is such baseness bedded in thy heart? Daring and hardihood, why hast thou not? Seeing that 3 such ladies benedight are caring for thee in the court of heaven, and so much good my speech doth promise thee. Even as the flowerets, by nocturnal chill bowed down and closed, when the sun whitens them, uplift themselves all open on their stems, such I became with my exhausted strength, and such good courage to my heart there coursed, that I began like an intrepid person. O she compassionate who succoured me, and courteous thou, who hast obeyed so soon the words of truth which she addressed to thee. Thou hast my heart so with desire disposed to the adventure, with these words of thine, that to my first intent I have returned. Now go, for one sole will is in us both, thou leader, and thou lord and master, thou. Thus said I to him, and when he had moved, I entered on the deep and savage way. Canto 3. The Gate of Hell. The Inefficient or Indifferent. Pope Celestine V. The Shores of Acheron. Charon. The Earthquake and the Swoon. Through me the way is to the woeful city. Through me the way is to eternal woe. Through me the way among the people lost. Justice aroused my sublime Creator, omnipotence divine, wisdom all high, and primal love did rear and raise me. Before me were no other things created, only eternity, and I eternally endure. All hope abandon, ye who enter here. These words in sombre colour I beheld written upon the keystone of a gate, whence their meaning, master, appears dire. And he to me, as one experienced, Here all suspicion needs must be abandoned, all cowardice must needs be here extinct. We to the place have come where I have told thee thou shalt behold the people dolorous, who have foregone the good of intellect. And after he had laid his hand on mine, with joyful mien, whence I was comforted, he led me in among the secret things. There sighs, complaints, and ululations loud resounded through the blank and starless air, whence I at the beginning wept thereat. Languages diverse, distorted dialects, accents of anger, words of agony, voices high and hoarse, with the smiting of hands, made up a tumult that goes whirling on for ever in that air for ever dark, even as the sand doth when the whirlwind flies. And I, with my head with horror girt about, said, Master, what is this which now I hear? What folk is this, which seems by pain so vanquished? And he to me, This is the miserable mode maintained by melancholy souls of those who lived without neither infamy or praise. Commingled are they with that caitiff choir of angels, who have not rebellious been, nor faithful to God, but only to themselves. The heavens expelled them, not to be less fair, nor them the nethermore abyss receives, for the damned would take no pride in them. And I, O Master, what is so grievous to these souls that makes them to lament so sore? He answered, I will tell thee very briefly. These have no longer any hope of death, and this blind life of theirs is so debased, they envious are of every other fate. No fame of them doth the world permit. Mercy and justice do them both disdain. Let us not speak of them, but look and pass. And I, who looked again, beheld a banner, which whirling round ran on so rapidly that it scorned all possibility of pause. And after it there came so long a train of people that I ne'er would have believed that ever death so many had undone. When some among them I had recognized, I looked, and I beheld the shade of him who made through cowardice the great refusal. Forthwith I comprehended and was certain that this the sect was of the caitiff wretches hateful to God and to his enemies. These miscreants, who never were alive, were naked, and were stung exceedingly by gadflies and by hornets that were there. These did their faces irrigate with blood, which, with their tears commingled, at their feet by the disgusting worms was gathered up. And when to gazing farther I betook me, people I saw on a great river's bank, whence, said I, Master, now vouchsafe to me, that I may know who these are, and what law makes them appear so ready to pass over, as I discern athwart the dusky light. And he to me, These things shall all be known to thee, as soon as we our footsteps stay upon the dismal shore of Acheron. Then with mine eyes ashamed and downward cast, fearing my words might irksome be to him, from speech I did refrain till we had reached the river. And lo, towards us, coming in a boat, an old man, hoary with the hair of eld, crying, Woe unto you, ye souls depraved! Hope never more to look upon the heavens. I come to lead you to the other shore, to the eternal shades in heat and frost. And thou that yonder standest, living soul, withdraw thee from these people who are dead. But when he saw that I did not withdraw, he said, By other ways, by other ports thou to the shore shalt come, not here for passage. A lighter vessel needs must carry thee. And unto him the guide, Vex thee not, Sharon, it is so willed there, where is power to do that which is willed, and farther question not. Thereat were quieted the fleecy cheeks of him, the ferryman of the livid fen, who round about his eyes had wheels of flame. But all those souls who weary were, and naked, their colour changed, and gnashed their teeth together, as soon as they those cruel words did hear. God they blasphemed, and their progenitors, the human race, the place, the time, the seed of their engendering and of their birth. Thereafter all together they drew back, bitterly weeping, to the accursed shore, which waiteth every man who fears not God. Sharon the demon, he with eyes of gleed, beckoning to them, collects them all together, and beats with his oar whoever lags behind. As in the autumn time the leaves fall off, first one and then another, till the branch unto the earth surrenders all its spoils, so likewise did the evil seed of Adam throw themselves at signals from that marge, one by one, as a falcon to its lure. So they depart across the dusky wave, and ere upon the other side they land, again on this side a new troop assembles. My son, the courteous master said to me, all those who perish in the wrath of God here meet together out of every land, and ready are they to pass all the river, because celestial justice spurs them on, so that their fear is turned into desire. This way there never passes a good soul, and hence, if Charon doth complain of thee, well mayest thou know now what his speech imports. This being finished, all the dusk champagne trembled so violently that of that terror the recollection bathes me still with sweat. The land of tears gave forth a blast of wind, and fulminated a vermilion light, which overmastered in me every sense. And as a man whom sleep hath seized, I fell. Canto 4, the first circle, limbo, virtuous pagans and the unbaptized, the four poets, Homer, Horace, Ovid, and Lucan, the noble castle of philosophy. A heavy thunder broke the deep lethargy within my head, so that I upstarted, like a person who by force is wakened, and risen erect I moved my rested eyes about me, and gazed steadfastly around, to recognize the place wherein I was. True it is that upon the verge I found me of the abysmal valley dolorous, that gathers thunder of infinite ululations. Obscure, profound it was, and nebulous, so that by fixing my sight upon its depths, nothing whatever I discerned therein. Let us descend now into this blind world, began the poet, deadly pale of face. I will be first, and thou shalt second be. And I, who had perceived his altered hue, said, how shall I come, if thou art afraid, who art wont to be a comfort to my fears? And he to me, the anguish of the people who are here below doth in my face reflect a pity which for terror thou hast taken. Let us go on, for the long way impels us. Thus he went in, and thus he made me enter the foremost circle that surrounds the abyss. There, as it seemed to me from listening, were lamentations none, but only sighs that made the everlasting air to tremble. And this arose from sorrow without torment which the crowds had, that many were, and great, of infants, and of women, and of men. To me, the Master, gentle and good, thou dost not ask what spirits these, which thou beholdest, are. Now will I have thee know, ere thou go farther, that they sinned not, but even if they merit had, 'tis not enough, because they had not baptism, which is the portal of the faith thou holdest. And though they lived before Christianity in the right manner, they adored not God. And among such as these am I myself. For such defects, and not for other guilt, are we lost, and are so far punished only, that without hope we live on in desire. Great grief seized on my heart when this I heard, because some people of such worthiness I knew, who in that limbo were suspended. Tell me, my master, tell me, thou my lord, I began, with a desire of being certain of that faith which overcometh every error. Came any one by his own merit hence, or by another's, who was blessed thereafter? And he, who understood my covert speech, replied, I was a novice in this state, when I saw hither come a mighty one, with trophies of victory incoronate. Hence he drew forth the shade of the first parent, and that of his son Abel, and of Noah, of Moses the lawgiver, and the obedient Abraham patriarch, and David king, Israel with his father and his children, and Rachel, for whose sake he did so much, and others many, and he made them blessed. And thou must know that earlier than these never were any human spirits saved. We ceased not to advance because he spake, but still were passing onward through the forest, say I, of thick crowded ghosts. Not very far as yet our way had gone this side the summit, when I saw a fire that overcame a hemisphere of darkness. We were a little distant from it still, but not so far that I could not partially discern an honourable people held that place. O thou who honourest every art and science, who may these be, which such great honour have, that from the fashion of the rest it parts them? And he to me, the honourable name that sounds of them above there in thy life, wins grace in heaven that so advances them. In the meantime a voice was heard by me. All honour be to the preeminent poet. His shade returns again that was departed. After the voice had ceased and quiet was, 4 mighty shades I saw approaching us. Semblance had they nor sorrowful, nor glad. To say to me began my gracious master, him with that falchion in his hand behold, who comes before the 3, even as their lord. That one is Homer, poet sovereign. He who comes next is Horace, the satirist. The 3rd is Ovid, and the last is Lucan. Because to each of these with me applies the name that solitary voice proclaimed, they do me honour, and in that do well. Thus I beheld assemble the fair school of that lord of the song preeminent, who o'er the others like an eagle soars. When they together had discoursed somewhat, they turned to me with signs of salutation, and on beholding this, my master smiled. And more of honour still, much more they did me, in that they made me one of their own band, so that the sixth was I, mid so much wit. Thus we went on, as far as to the flame, saying what 'tis becoming to keep silent now, as was the saying of it fitting then. At last we reached a noble castle's foot, 7 times with lofty walls encompassed, and defended round by a fair rivulet. This, as it were firm ground, we then passed over, and with these sages 7 portals did enter, till we came into a meadow of fresh verdure. People were there, with solemn eyes and slow, of great authority in their countenance. They spake but seldom, and with gentle voices. Thus we withdrew ourselves upon one side into an opening luminous and lofty, so that they all of them were visible. There opposite, upon the green enamel, were pointed out to me the mighty spirits, whom to have seen I feel myself exalted. I saw Electra with companions many, mongst whom I knew both Hector and Aeneas, Caesar in armour, with his falcon eyes. I saw Camilla and Penthesilea on the other side, and saw the king Latinus, who with Lavinia his daughter sat. I saw that Brutus who drove Tarquin forth, Lucretia, Julia, Marcia, and Cornelia, and saw alone apart the Saladin. When I had lifted up mine eyes still further, I spied the master of that sapient throng, seated amid his philosophic family. All gaze upon him, and all him honour give. There I beheld both Socrates and Plato, who nearer him before the others stand. Democritus, who puts the world on chance, Anaxagoras, Diogenes, and Thales, Heraclitus, Zeno, and Empedocles. Of nature's qualities I saw the good collector hight Dioscorides, and Orpheus saw I, Tully and Livy, and moral Seneca, Ptolemy and Euclid, geometrician, Avicenna, Galen, Hippocrates, and Averroes, who wrote the great commentary. I cannot all of them portray in full, because so drives me onward the long theme that many times the word comes short of fact. The sixfold company in 2 divides. Another way my sapient guide conducts me forth from the quiet to the air that trembles, and to a place I come where nothing shines. Canto 5, the 2nd circle, the wanton, Minos, the infernal hurricane, Francesca da Rimini. Thus I descended out of the 1st circle down to the 2nd, that encircles less space and so much more woe that it goads to wailing. There standeth Minos horribly, and snarls, examines the transgressions at the entrance, judges and dismisses according to his coils. I mean that when the spirit evil-born cometh before him, wholly it confesses, and this discriminator of transgressions seeth what place in hell is meet for it, and coils his tail round him as many times as grades he deems it fit to thrust it down. A numerous throng stands always there before him. They go by turns, each one unto his judgment. They speak and hear, and then are downward hurled. "O thou that to this residence of woe hast come," said Minos to me, when he saw me, leaving the practice of so great an office. Look how thou enterest, and in whom thou trustest. Let not the portal's amplitude deceive thee. And unto him my guide, Why, criest thou too? Do not impede his journey, fate ordained. It is so willed, there where is power to do that which is willed, and ask no further question. And now begin the dolesome notes to grow audible unto me. Now am I come there where much lamentation strikes upon me. I came into a place mute of all light, which bellows as the sea does in a tempest, if by opposing winds 'tis combated. The infernal hurricane that never rests hurtles the spirits on in its resistless rapine, whirling them round, and smiting, it molests them. When they arrive before the beetling precipice, there shrieks are heard, and plaints, and lamentations, there they blaspheme against the power divine. I understood that unto such a torment were condemned the carnal malefactors, those who reason subjugate to appetite. And as the wings of starlings bear them on in the cold season in large band and full, so blows about that blast the spirits maledict. It hither, thither, downward, upward drives them. No hope doth comfort them for evermore, not of repose, nor even of lesser pain. And as the cranes go chanting forth their lays, making in air a long line of themselves, so saw I coming, uttering lamentations, shadows borne onward by the aforesaid stress. Whereupon said I, Master, who are those people whom the black air so castigates? The first of those of whom intelligence thou fain wouldst have, he said to me, the empress was, of many languages. To sensual vices she was so abandoned, that being lustful, she made licit in her law, to clear the blame which she herself incurred. She is Semiramis, of whom we read that she succeeded Ninus as his spouse. She held the land which now the Sultan rules. The next is she who killed herself for love, and broke faith with the ashes of Sychaeus, then Cleopatra the voluptuous. Helen I saw, for whom so many ruthless seasons revolved, and saw the great Achilles, who at the last hour combated with love. Paris I saw, Tristan, and more than 1,000 shades did he name and point out with his finger, whom love had separated from our life. After that I had listened to my teacher, naming the dames of eld and cavaliers, pity prevailed, and I was nigh bewildered. And I began, O poet, willingly speak would I to those two who go together and seem upon the wind to be so light. And he to me, Thou'lt mark when they shall be nearer to us, and then do thou implore them by love which leadeth them, and they will come. Soon as the wind in our direction sways them, my voice uplift I. O ye weary souls, come speak to us, if no one interdicts it. As turtle doves called onward by desire, with open and steady wings to the sweet nest fly through the air, by their volition borne, so came they from the band where Dido is, approaching us athwart the air malign, so strong was the affectionate appeal. O living creature, gracious and benignant, who visiting goest through the purple air, us who have stained the world incarnadine, if were the King of the universe our friend, we would pray unto him to give thee peace, since thou hast pity on our woe perverse. Of what it pleases thee to hear and speak, that will we hear, and we will speak to you, while silent is the wind, as it is now. Sitteth the city wherein I was born, upon the seashore where the Po descends, to rest in peace with all his retinue. Love that on gentle heart doth swiftly seize this man for the person beautiful that was ta'en from me, and still the mode offends me. Love that exempts no one beloved from loving, seized me with pleasure of this man so strongly that, as thou seest, it doth not yet desert me. Love has conducted us unto one death. Cana awaiteth him who quencheth our life. These words were borne along from them to us. As soon as I had heard those souls tormented, I bowed my face, and so long held it down until the poet said to me, "What thinkest?" When I could make answer, I began, "Alas, how many pleasant thoughts, how much desire conducted these unto such woeful pass." Then unto them I turned me, and I spake, and I began, "Thine agonies, Francesca, sad and compassionate to weeping make me. But tell me, at the time of those sweet sighs, by what and in what manner love conceded that you should know your dubious desires?" And she to me, "There is no greater sorrow than to be mindful of the happy time in misery, and that thy teacher knows. But if to recognize the earliest root of love in us thou hast so great desire, I will do even as he who weeps and speaks. One day we reading were for our delight of Launcelot, how love did him enthrall. Alone we were, and without any fear. Full many a time our eyes together drew that reading, and drove the colour from our faces. But one point only was it that overcame us. When, as we read of the much longed for smile being by such a noble lover kissed, this one, who ne'er from me shall be divided, kissed me upon the mouth, all palpitating. Galeotto was the book, and he who wrote it. That day no farther did we read therein. And all the while one spirit uttered this, the other one did weep so, that for pity I swooned away as if I had been dying, and fell even as a dead body falls. Canto 6, the third circle. The gluttonous, Cerberus, the eternal reign, Ciacco, Florence. When consciousness returned, being overcome with compassion for those two kinsfolk, and utterly confounded by my grief, new torments I then behold, and souls tormented anew around me, whichever way I turn, and whichever way I move or I gaze. I am in the third circle, that of reign eternal, incessant rain, cold, evil, and heavy, unchanging rain in kind and in degree. Heavy hail and water, sombre-hued, and snow athwart the dun and dusky air pour down, and rank the earth is that receiveth them. Cerberus, monster cruel and uncouth, with his 3 gullets, like a dog is barking over the people that are there submerged. Red eyes he has, and a greasy beard, and black, a belly large, and armed with claws his hands. He rends the spirits, flays and quarters them. Howling in the rain, they too become like dogs. One group attempts to shelter the other, as oft the wretched reprobates roll round. When Cerberus perceived us, the great worm, his mouths he opened, and displayed his tusks. Not one of his limbs was motionless. And my guide, bending down with open palm, seized fistfuls of the earth in his hands, and threw the dirt into those rapacious gullets. Just like a dog that barking bays for food and quiet grows, soon as a morsel snatches, for to devour it is the only thing he craves, so too became the filthy jaws and muzzles of Cerberus the demon, who so thunders at the souls that they would fain be deaf. As we were passing through the shades, subdued by heavy rainstorm, our feet perforce did tread upon their bodies' vacancies. They all were lying prone upon the earth, excepting one, who sat bolt upright as soon as he beheld us passing by him. "O thou that art conducted through this hell," he said to me, "recall me if thou canst. Thyself wast made before I was unmade." And I to him, "The anguish thou hast borne perhaps effaces thee from memory, for it seems to me that I have never met thee. But tell me who thou art, that in this place of woe art put, and in such punishment, for if there is greater, none is so displeasing." And he to me, "Thy city, which is full of envy, so that now the sack runs over, held me within it in a life serene. You citizens were wont to call me Ciacco, and for the pernicious sin of gluttony I am battered, as thou seest, by this rain. But I, sad soul, am not alone in this distress, for all these suffer the like penalty for the like sin." And no word more he spake. I answered him, "Ciacco, thy wretchedness weighs on me so that it to weep invites me. But tell me, if thou knowest, to what shall come the citizens of that divided city? Tell me if any there be just, and the cause why so much discord hath assailed it." And he to me, "They after long contention will come to bloodshed, and the savage party will drive the other out with much offence. Then afterwards it doth behove this one to fall within 3 suns, and the other rise again by the borrowed force of one along the shore. High will it hold its front for a long while, keeping low the other beneath heavy loads, despite the tears shed and the indignation. Only 2 just are there who are quite neglected. Envy and arrogance and avarice, 3 fatal sparks all hearts enkindle." Here ended he his tearful utterance, and I to him, "I wish thee still to teach me, and make a gift of further speech. Farinata and Tegiaio once so worthy, Jacopo Rusticucci, Arrigo and Mosca, and others who on good deeds set their thoughts. Say where they are, and for what cause are known, for a great desire constraineth me to learn if heaven or hell them sweetens or envenoms." And he, "They are among the blacker souls. A different sin down weighs them to the bottom. If thou so far descendest, thou canst see them. But when thou art again in the sweet world, I pray thee, to the mind of others bring me. No more I tell thee, and no more I answer." Then his straightforward eyes he turned askance, eyed me a little, and then bowed his head. He fell therewith prone, like the other blind. And the guide said to me, "He wakes no more this side the sound of the angelic trumpet. When the potentate hostile to these shall come, Then shall each one his dismal doom again discover, shall reassume his flesh and his own figure, shall hear what through eternity resounds. So we passed onward o'er the filthy mire of spirit shades and rain, with footsteps slow, touching a little on the future life. Wherefore I said, Master, these torments here, will they increase after the mighty sentence, or lesser be, or will they be as burning? And he to me, Return unto thy science, which wills that as the thing more perfect is, the more it feels of pleasure and of pain. Albeit that this people maledict to true perfection never can attain, hereafter more than now they look to be. Round in a circle by that road we went, speaking much more, which I do not repeat. We came unto the point where is descent, and there found Plutus, the great enemy. Canto 7, the 4th circle. The avaricious and the prodigal, Plutus, Fortune and her wheel. The 5th circle. The irascible and the sullen, Styx. Pape Satan, Alepe! Thus Plutus with his clucking voice began, and that benign and gentle sage, who all things knew, said to encourage me, Let not thy fear harm thee, for any power that he may have shall not prevent thy going down this crag. Then he turned round towards that bloated lip and said, Be silent, thou accursed wolf, consume thyself within thy rage. Not without cause this journey to the abyss, thus is it willed on high, where Michael wrought vengeance upon the proud adulterer. Even as sails inflated by the wind enfold and fall upon themselves when the mast splits, so fell the cruel monster to the earth. Thus we descended into the 4th chasm, gaining still farther on the dismal shore which all the woe of the universe contains. Ah, almighty justice, that pileth on so many sufferings and new toils as I beheld, why do our transgressions waste us so? As doth the billow there upon Charybdis that breaks itself against what it encounters, so here the folk must dance their wretched roundelay. I saw more people here than elsewhere, many more on one side and the other, with great howls rolling weights forward by main force of chest. Thus they returned along the lurid circle on either hand unto the opposite point, shouting their shameful metre evermore. Then each, when he arrived there, wheeled about through his half-circle to another joust, and I, who had my heart pierced, as it were, exclaimed, My master, now declare to me what people these are on the left of us, with shaven crowns as though like clerks. And he to me, all of them were a squint in intellect in the first life, so much so that they spent not within sane measure. Clearly enough their voices bark it forth, whene'er they reach the 2 points of the circle where the contrary sin then sunders them apart. Clerks those were who have no hair to cover their bare pates, and popes and cardinals, in whom base avarice did practise its excess. And I, my master, among such as these I ought forsooth to recognize some few who were infected with these maladies. And he to me, Vain thought thou entertainest, the undiscerning life which made them sordid now makes them unto all discernment dim. Forever shall they come to these 2 buttings, these from the sepulchre shall rise again with the fist closed, and these with tresses shorn. Ill-giving and ill-keeping the fair world have ta'en from them, and placed them in this scuffle. Whate'er it be, no words adorn I for it. Now canst thou, son, behold the transient farce of goods that are committed unto fortune, for which the human race each other buffet. For all the gold that is beneath the moon, or ever has been, of these weary souls, could never make a single one repose. Master, I said to him, now tell me what this fortune is thou speakest of, that keeps the blessings of the world within its clutch. And he to me, O foolish creatures, imbeciles, how great the ignorance that harms you! Now mark me close, and hear my judgment. He whose omniscience everything transcends, the heavens created, and gave who should guide them, that every part to every part may shine, distributing the light in equal measure. He in like manner to the mundane splendours ordained a general ministress and guide, that she might change at times the empty treasures from race to race, from one blood to another, beyond resistance of all human wisdom. Therefore one people triumphs, and another languishes, according to her judgment, which hidden is, as in the grass, a serpent. Your knowledge has no counterstand against her. She makes provision, judges, and pursues her governance, as theirs the other gods. Her permutations countenance no pause. Necessity makes her precipitate, so often doth each come to obtain a turn. And this is she who is so often execrated, even by those who ought to give her praise, who blame her amiss, slandering her reputation. But she is blissful, and she listens to it not. Among the other primal creatures, gladsome she turns in her sphere, and blissfully rejoices. Let us descend now unto greater woe. Already sinks each star that was ascending when I set out, and loitering is forbidden. We crossed the circle to the other bank, near to a fount that boils and pours itself along a gully that runs out of it. The water was more sombre far than purse, and we, in company with the dusky waves, made entrance downward by a path uncouth. A marsh it makes, this dismal stream descending, which has the name of Styx, when down to the foot of the grim grey cliffs it reaches. And I, who stood intent on watching, saw people caked with mud in that lagoon, all of them naked and with fury in their looks. They smote each other, not alone with hands, but with the head, and with the breast and feet, tearing each other piecemeal with their teeth. Said the good master, Son, thou now beholdest the souls of those whom anger overcame. And likewise I would have thee know for certain that beneath the water too are souls, who sigh and make it bubble at the surface, as thine eye doth witness, wheresoe'er it turns. Fixed in the mire, they say, we sullen were in the sweet air, which by the sun is gladdened, bearing within ourselves the sluggish reek. Now we are sullen in this sable mire. This hymn do they keep gurgling in their throats, for with unbroken words they cannot say it. Thus we went circling round the filthy fen, a great arc twixt the dry bank and the swamp, with eyes turned unto those who gorged the mire, until unto the foot of a tower we came at last. Canto 8. Phlegias, Filippo Argenti, the gate of the city of Dis. I say then, continuing my theme, that long before we to the foot of that high tower had come, our eyes were drawn towards its summit, by reason of 2 torches we saw placed there, and another that returned its signal from afar, so far that hardly could the eye attain it. And turning towards the ocean of discernment, I said, What doth this mean? And what reply giveth that other flame? And who hath done this? And he to me did answer, Across the turbid waves thou mayest soon discern what now awaits us, if the rising marsh fog conceal it not. Bowstring never let loose an arrow from itself that sped athwart the air so swift a shot as I beheld a very little boat come o'er the water towards us at that moment, under the guidance of a single pilot, who shouted, "Now art thou arrived, fell soul?" "Phlegias, Phlegias, thou criest out in vain for this once," said my lord. "Thou shalt not have us longer than in the passing of the slough." As he who listens to some great deceit that has been done to him, and then resents it, such became Phlegias in his gathered wrath. My guide descended down into the boat, and then he made me enter after him, and only when I entered seemed it laden. Soon as the guide and I were in the boat, the antique prow goes on its way, dividing more of the water than 'tis wont with others. While we were ploughing through the dead canal, up rose in front of me one full of mire, and said, "Who art thou that comest ere the hour?" And I to him, "Although I come, I stay not. But who art thou that has become so squalid?" "Thou seest that I am one who weeps," he answered. And I to him, "In weeping and in wailing mayest thou remain, cursed spirit, for thee I know, though thou art defiled." Then stretched he both his hands unto the boat, whereat my wary master thrust him back, saying, "Away there with the other dogs." Thereafter with his arms he clasped my neck, he kissed my face, and said, "Disdainful soul, blessed be she who bore thee in her bosom. That was an arrogant person in the world. No goodness can adorn his memory. So likewise here his shade is furious. How many are esteemed great kings up there, who here shall be like unto swine in mire, leaving behind them horrible dispraises. And I, my master, much should I be pleased if I could see him well soused in this broth before we issue forth out of the lake. And he to me, ere unto thee the shore reveal itself, thou shalt be satisfied. Such a desire 'tis meet thou shouldst enjoy. A little after that, I saw such havoc made of him by the people of the mire, that still I praise and thank my God for it. They all were shouting, "Go at Filippo Argenti," until that exasperate spirit Florentine turned round upon himself with his own teeth. We left him there, and more of him I tell not, for on mine ears there smote a lamentation that made me forward fix a wide-eyed gaze. And the good master said, "Even now, my son, the city draweth near, whose name is Dis, with the grave citizens, with the great throng." And I, "Its mosques already, master, clearly within there in the valley I discern vermilion, as if issuing from the fire they were." And he to me, "The fire eternal that kindles them within makes them look red, as thou beholdest in this nether hell." Then we arrived within the moats profound that circumvallate that disconsolate city. The walls appeared to me to be of iron. Not without first making a circuit wide did we arrive at a place where loud the pilot cried,
Out with you. Here is the entrance.
More than 1,000 of those at the gates I saw, who had been hurled out of the heavens, saying angrily, "Who dares without death to pass through the kingdom of dead people?" And my sagacious master made a sign of wishing privately to speak with them. Briefly then they quelled their scorn, saying,
Come thou only, and let him be gone who has so boldly entered these dominions. Let him return alone along his witless road, try if he can, for thou shalt here remain, who hath escorted him through such dark regions.
Think, reader, if I was discomforted to hear uttered such accursed words, for never to return here I believed. O my dear guide, who more than 7 times hast rendered me secure, and drawn me from immediate peril that before me stood, do not desert me, said I, thus undone. And if the going farther be denied us, let us retrace our steps together swiftly. And that Lord who had led me thitherward said unto me, Fear not, because our passage by such is given, that none can take it from us. But here await me, and thy weary spirit comfort and nourish with a better hope. For I will not leave thee in this nether world. So onward he goes, and there abandons me, my father sweet, and I remain in doubt, for no and yes within my head contend. I could not hear what he proposed to them, but there he did not long confer with them, ere, vying with each other, they in haste retreated. They closed the portals, these our adversaries, on my lord's breast, who remained without, and turned with footsteps slow towards me. With eyes cast down, with brow shorn of all boldness, he sighed, Who has denied to me these houses full of dole? And unto me he said, Thou must not fear my anger, for I will conquer in the trial, whatever for defence within be planned. This insolence of theirs is nothing new, for once before they used it at a gate less secret, which still remains unbarred. Thou saw the dread inscription o'er it, and now on this side doth the slope descend, passing unescorted through the circles, to one through whom the city shall be opened. Canto 9. The Furies and Medusa, the Angel, the City of Dis, the 6th Circle, Heresiarchs. That colour which cowardice from me drew, beholding my conductor backward turn, speedily repressed his own new hue. He stopped attentive, like a man who listens because the eye could not conduct him far through the black air, through the dense fog. Still it behoveth us to win the fight, began he, else such as offered us herself. Oh, how long it seemeth till some one arrive. Well I perceived how quickly the beginning of his speech he tried to cover up with words after, which were quite different from the first. But none the less his utterance gave me fear, since I interpreted the broken phrases in a worse sense, perhaps, than he had meant. Into the depths of this doleful shell doth any from the first grade e'er descend, whose only penalty is hope deprived? This question put I, and he answered me. Seldom it comes to pass that one of us maketh the journey upon which I go. True is it, once before I here below was conjured by that pitiless Zericto, who summoned back the shades unto their bodies. A short space had the flesh been stripped of me before within that wall she made me enter, to bring a spirit from the circle of Judas. That is the lowest region and the darkest, and farthest from the heaven which circles all. Well know I the way, therefore be reassured. This fen, which a prodigious stench exhales, encompasseth about the city dolent, where now we cannot enter without anger. And more he said, but not in mind I have it, because mine eye had altogether drawn me towards the high tower with the red flaming summit, where in a moment saw I swift uprisen the three infernal furies, stained with blood, who had the limbs of women and their mien, and with the greenest hydras were begirt. Small serpents and cerastes were their tresses, wherewith their horrid temples were entwined. And he who well knew the handmaids of the Queen of everlasting lamentation said unto me, Behold the fierce Erinis. This is Megera on the left-hand side, she who is weeping on the right, Alecto. Tisiphone is between, and then was silent. Each one her breast was rending with her nails. They beat them with their palms, and cried so loud that I for dread pressed close unto the poet.
Medusa, come, so each a stone will change him,
all shouted, looking down.
In evil hour avenged we not on Theseus his assault.
Turn thyself round, and keep thine eyes close shut, for if the Gorgon appear, and thou shouldst see it,
no more returning upward would there be.
Thus said the master, and he turned me round himself, and trusted not unto my hands so far as not to blind me with his own. O ye who have undistempered intellects, observe the doctrine that conceals itself beneath the veil of mystic verses. And now there came across the turbid waves the clangour of a sound with terror fraught, which caused both of the banks to tremble. Not otherwise it was than like a wind impetuous on account of adverse heats, that smites the forest, and without restraint the branches rends, beats down, and bears away, then dust-laden sweeps proudly on, putting to flight the shepherds and wild beasts. Mine eyes he loosed, and said, Direct thy nerve of vision now along that ancient foam, there, yonder, where that smoke is most intense. Even as the frogs before the hostile serpent across the water scatter all abroad until each one is huddled in the earth, so saw I more than 1,000 ruined souls thus fleeing from before one who on foot was passing o'er the Styx with unwet soles. From off his face he fanned that fetid air, waving his left hand oft in front of him, and only with that anguish seemed he weary. Well I perceived one sent from heaven was he, and to the master turned, and he made sign that I should quiet stand and bow before him. Ah, how full of noble anger he appeared to me! He reached the gate, and with a little rod he opened it, for there was no resistance. Outcasts of heaven, O abject race despised, he thus began upon the horrid threshold. From whence doth come your arrogance? Wherefore so wilful 'gainst that will which never can be frustrate of its end, and which has many times increased your ills? What avails you to butt against the fates? Your Cerberus, if you remember well, for that still bears his chin and gullet peeled. Then he returned along the miry road, and spake no word to us, but had the look of one whom other care constrains and goads than that of him who in his presence is. And we our feet directed towards the city after those holy words, all confident. Within we entered without any contest, and I, who inclination had to see what the condition such a fortress holds, soon as I was within, cast round mine eye, and see on every hand an ample plain full of distress and torment terrible. Even as at Arles, where stagnant grows the Rhone, even as at Pola, near to the Quarnaro, that shuts in Italy and bathes its borders. The sepulchres make all the place uneven, so likewise did they there on every side, saving that there the manner was more bitter, for flames between the sepulchres were scattered, by which they so intensely heated were, that iron more so asks not any art. All of their coverings uplifted were, and from them issued forth such dire laments, sooth seemed they of the wretched and tormented. And I, my master, what are all those people who, having sepulchre within those tombs, make themselves audible by doleful sighs? And he to me, here are the heresiarchs, with their disciples of all sects, and much more than thou thinkest laden are the tombs. Here like together with its like is buried, and more and less the monuments are heated. And when he to the right had turned, we passed between the torments and high parapets. Canto 10, Farinata and Cavalcanti de Cavalcanti. Discourse on the knowledge of the damned. Now onward goes, along a narrow path between the torments and the city wall, my master, and I follow at his back. Virtue supreme, I began, that through these sinful circles leadest me as pleaseth thee, speak to me, and my longings satisfy. The people who are lying in these tombs, might they be seen? Already raised are all the lids, and no one keepeth guard? And he to me, they all will be closed up when from Jehoshaphat they shall return here with the bodies they have left above. Their cemetery they have upon this side with Epicurus and his followers, who make the soul as the body mortal. But in the question thou dost put to me, within here shalt thou soon be satisfied, and likewise in the wish thou keepest silent. And I, good leader, I but keep concealed from thee my heart, that I may speak the less, nor only now hast thou thereto disposed me. O Tuscan, thou who through the city of fire goest alive, thus speaking modestly, be pleased to stay thy footsteps in this place. Thy mode of speaking makes thee manifest a native of that noble fatherland, which I have treated too severely, perhaps. Upon a sudden issued forth this sound from out one of the tombs, wherefore I pressed, fearing, a little nearer to my leader. And unto me he said, Turn thee? What dost thou? Behold there Farinata who has risen. From the waist upwards wholly shalt thou see him. I had already fixed mine eyes on his, and he uprose erect, with breast and front, e'en as if hell he had in great despite. And with courageous hands and prompt, my leader thrust me between the sepulchres towards him, exclaiming, Let thy words explicit be. As soon as I was at the foot of his tomb, somewhat he eyed me, and, as if disdainful, then asked of me, Who were thine ancestors? I, who desirous of obeying was, concealed it not, but all revealed to him, whereat he raised his brows a little upward. Then said he, "Fiercely adverse have they been to me, and to my fathers and my party, so that 2 several times I scattered them."
"If they were banished, they returned on all sides," I answered him, "the first time and the second, but yours have not acquired that art aright." Then there uprose upon the sight, uncovered down to the chin, a shadow at his side. I think that he had risen on his knees. Round me he gazed, as if solicitude he had, to see if someone else were with me, but after his suspicion was all spent, weeping, he said to me, "If through this blind prison thou goest by loftiness of genius, where is my son, and why is he not with thee?" And I to him, "I come not of myself. He who is waiting yonder leads me here, whom in disdain perhaps your Guido had." His language and the mode of punishment already unto me had read his name. On that account my answer was so full. Upstarting suddenly, he cried out, "How, sayest thou, he had? Is he not still alive? Does not the sweet light strike upon his eyes?" When he became aware of some delay which I before my answer made, supine he fell again, and forth appeared no more. But the other, magnanimous, at whose desire I had remained, did not his aspect change, neither his neck he moved, nor bent his side. "And if," continuing his first discourse, "they have that art," he said, "not learned aright, that more tormenteth me than doth this bed, but 50 times shall not rekindled be the countenance of the lady who reigns here, ere thou shalt know how heavy is that art. And as thou wouldst to the sweet world return, say why that people is so pitiless against my race in each one of its laws." Whence I to him, "The slaughter and great carnage which have with crimson stained the Arbia cause such orisons in our temple to be made." After his head he with a sigh had shaken. "There I was not alone," he said, "nor surely without a cause had with the others moved. But there I was alone where every one consented to the laying waste of Florence, he who defended her with open face." "Ah, so hereafter may your seed repose," I him entreated. "Solve for me that knot which has entangled my conceptions here. It seems that you can see, if I hear rightly, beforehand whatsoe'er time brings with it, and in the present have another mode." "We see, like those who have imperfect sight, the things," he said, "that distant are from us. So much still shines on us the sovereign ruler. When they draw near or are, is wholly vain our intellect, and if none brings it to us, not anything know we of your human state. Hence thou canst understand that wholly dead will be our knowledge from the moment when the portal of the future shall be closed." Then I, as if compunctious for my fault, said, "Now, then, you will tell that fallen one that still his son is with the living joined. And if just now in answering I was dumb, tell him I did it because I was thinking already of the error you have solved me." And now my master was recalling me, wherefore more eagerly I prayed the spirit that he would tell me who was with him there. He said, "With more than 1,000 here I lie, Within here is the second Frederick, and the Cardinal, and of the rest I speak not." Thereon he hid himself, and I towards the ancient poet turned my steps, reflecting upon that saying which seemed hostile to me. He moved along, and afterward thus going, he said to me, "Why art thou so bewildered?" And I, in his inquiry, satisfied him. "Let memory preserve what thou hast heard against thyself," that sage commanded me. "And now attend here," and he raised his finger, "when thou shalt be before the radiant sweet of her whose beauteous eyes all things behold. From her thou'lt know the journey of thy life." Unto the left hand then he turned his feet. We left the wall and went towards the middle, along a path that strikes into a valley, which even up there unpleasant made its stench. Canto 11. The Broken Rocks. Pope Anastasius. General description of the Inferno and its divisions. Upon the margin of a lofty bank, which great rocks broken in a circle made, we came upon a still more cruel throng. And there, by reason of the horrible excess of stench the deep abyss throws out, we drew ourselves aside behind the cover of a great tomb, whereon I saw a writing which said, "Pope Anastasius I hold, whom out of the right way Photinus drew. Slow it behoveth our descent to be, so that the sense be first a little used to the sad blast, and then we shall not heed it." The master thus, and unto him I said, "Some compensation find, that the time pass not idly." And he, "Thou seest I think of that. My son, upon the inside of these rocks," began he then to say, "are 3 small circles, from grade to grade, like those which thou art leaving. They all are full of spirits maledict. But that hereafter sight alone suffice thee, hear how and wherefore they are in constraint. Of every malice that wins hate in heaven, injury is the end, and all such end, either by force or fraud, afflicteth others. But because fraud is man's peculiar vice, more it displeases God, and so stand lowest the fraudulent, and greater dole assails them. All the first circle of the violent is, but since force may be used against 3 persons, in 3 rounds 'tis divided and constructed. To God, to ourselves, and to our neighbours can we use force, I say on them and on their things, as thou shalt hear with reason manifest. A death by violence and painful wounds are to our neighbour given, and to his substance ruin and arson and injurious levies. Whence homicides, and he who smites unjustly, marauders and freebooters, the first round tormenteth all in companies diverse. Man may lay violent hands upon himself and his own goods, and therefore in the second round must perforce without avail repent whoever of your world deprives himself, who games and dissipates his property, and weepeth there where he should jocund be. Violence can be done the deity, in heart denying and blaspheming him, and by disdaining nature and her bounty. And for this reason doth the smallest seal with its round signet of Sodom and Cahors show who scorns God contemptuously in his heart. Fraud, wherewithal is every conscience stung, a man may practise upon him who trusts, and him who doth no confidence imburse. This latter mode, it would appear,
dissevers only the bond of love which nature makes. Wherefore, within the second circle nestle hypocrisy, flattery, and who deals in magic, falsification, theft, and simony, panders and barrators, and the like filth. By the other mode, forgotten is that love which nature makes, and what is after added, from which there is a special faith engendered. Hence, in the smallest circle, where the point is of the universe, upon which Dis is seated, whoe'er betrays, for ever is consumed. And I, my master, clear enough proceeds thy reasoning, and full well distinguishes this cavern and the people who possess it. But tell me, those within the fat lagoon, whom the wind drives, and whom the rain doth beat, and who encounter with such bitter tongues, wherefore are they inside of the red city not punished, if God has them in his wrath? And if he has not, wherefore in such fashion? And unto me he said, Why wanders so thine intellect from that which it is wont? Or sooth, thy mind, where is it elsewhere looking? Hast thou no recollection of those words with which thine ethics thoroughly discusses the dispositions three that heaven abides not? Incontinence and malice and insane bestiality, and how incontinence less God offendeth and less blame attracts. If thou regardest this conclusion well, and to thy mind recallest who they are that up outside are undergoing penance, clearly wilt thou perceive why from these felons they separated are, and why less wrath justice divine doth smite them with its hammer. O sun that healest all distempered vision, thou dost content me so when thou resolvest that doubting pleases me no less than knowing. Once more a little backward turn thee, said I, there where thou sayest that usury offends goodness divine, and disengage the knot. Philosophy, he said, to him who heeds it, noteth not only in one place alone, after what manner nature takes her course from intellect divine, and from its art. And if thy physics carefully thou notest, after not many pages shalt thou find that this your art as far as possible follows as the disciple doth the master, so that your art is, as it were, God's grandchild. From these two, if thou bringest to thy mind Genesis at the beginning, it behoves mankind to gain their life and to advance. And since the usurer takes another way, nature herself and in her follower disdains he, for elsewhere he puts his hope. But follow now, as I would fain go on, for quivering are the fishes on the horizon, and the wane wholly over chorus lies, and far beyond there we descend the crag. Canto 12. The Minotaur, the seventh circle, the river of boiling blood and the sinners in it, the violent, centaurs, tyrants, and homicides. The place where to descend the bank we came was alpine, and from what was there, moreover, of such a kind that every eye would shun it. Such as that ruin is, which in the flank smote, on this side of Trent, the Adige, either by earthquake or by failing stay, for from the mountain's top from which it moved unto the plain, the cliff is shattered so, some path 'twould give to him who was above. Even such was the descent of that ravine, and on the border of the broken chasm the infamy of Crete was stretched along, who was conceived in the fictitious cow. And when he us beheld, he bit himself, even as one whom anger racks within. My sage towards him shouted,
Peradventure thou thinkest that here may be the Duke of Athens, who in the world above brought death to thee. Get thee gone, beast, for this one cometh not instructed by thy sister, but he comes in order to behold your punishments. As is that bull who breaks loose at the moment in which he has received the mortal blow, who cannot walk, but staggers here and there. The Minotaur beheld I do the like, and he, the wary, cried, "Run to the passage, whilst he raged, 'tis well thou shouldst descend." Thus down we took our way o'er that discharge of stones, which oftentimes did move themselves beneath my feet from the unwonted burden. Thoughtful I went, and he said, "Thou'rt thinking, perhaps, upon this ruin, which is guarded by that brute anger, which just now I quenched? Now will I have thee know, the other time I here descended to the nether hell, this precipice had not yet fallen down. But truly, if I well discern, a little before his coming, who the mighty spoil bore off from Dis in the supernal circle, upon all sides the deep and loathsome valley trembled so that I thought the universe was thrilled with love, by which there are who think the world oft-times converted into chaos, and at that moment this primeval crag, both here and elsewhere, made such overthrow. But fix thine eyes below, for draweth near the river of blood, within which boiling is whoe'er by violence doth injure others. O blind cupidity, O wrath insane, that spurs us onward so in our short life, and in the eternal then so badly steeps us. I saw an ample moat, bent like a bow, as one which all the plain encompasses, conformable to what my guide had said. And between this and the embankment's foot, centaurs in file were running, armed with arrows, as in the world they used the chase to follow. Beholding us descend, each one stood still, and from the squadron 3 detached themselves, with bows and arrows in advance selected. And from afar one cried, "Unto what torment come ye, who down the hillside are descending? Tell us from there, if not I draw the bow." My master said, "Our answer will we make to Chiron, near you there. In evil hour that will of thine was evermore so hasty." Then touched he me and said, "This one is Nessus, who perished for the lovely Dejanira, and for himself did vengeance take. And he in the midst, who at his breast is gazing, is the great Chiron, who brought up Achilles. That other Pholus is, who was so wrathful. Thousands and thousands go about the moat, shooting with shafts whatever soul emerges out of the blood, more than his crime allots." Near we approached unto those monsters fleet. Chiron an arrow took, and with a notch pushed back his beard against his jaws. After he had uncovered his great mouth, he said to his companions, "Are you ware that he behind moveth whate'er he touches? Thus are not wont to do the feet of dead men." And my good guide, who now was at his breast, where the 2 natures are together joined, replied, "Indeed he lives, and thus alone me it behoves to show him the dark valley. Necessity, and not delight, impels us." Someone withdrew from singing Hallelujah, who unto me committed this new office. No thief is he, nor I a thievish spirit, but by that virtue through which I am moving my steps along this savage thoroughfare, give us some one of thine to be with us, and who may show us where to pass the ford, and who may carry this one on his back, for 'tis no spirit that can walk the air." Upon his right breast Chiron wheeled about and said to Nessus, "Turn, and do thou guide them, and warn aside if other band may meet you." We with our faithful escort onward moved along the brink of the vermilion boiling, wherein the boiled were uttering loud laments. People I saw within up to the eyebrows, and the great centaur said, "Tyrants are these, who dealt in bloodshed and in pillaging. Here they lament their pitiless mischiefs. Here is Alexander and fierce Dionysius, who upon Sicily brought dolorous years. That forehead there, which has the hair so black, is Azolin, and the other who is blonde, Obitso is of Este, who in truth up in the world was by his stepson slain." Then turned I to the poet, and he said, "Now he be first to thee, and second I." A little farther on the centaur stopped above a folk who, far down as the throat, seemed from that boiling stream to issue forth. A shade he showed us on one side alone, saying, "He cleft asunder in God's bosom the heart that still upon the Thames is honoured." Then people saw I, who from out the river lifted their heads, and also all the chest, and many among these I recognized. Thus ever more and more grew shallower that blood, so that the feet alone it covered, and there across the moat our passage was. "Even as thou here upon this side beholdest the boiling stream that I diminishes," the centaur said, "I wish thee to believe that on this other more and more declines its bed, until it reunites itself where it behoveth tyranny to groan. Justice divine upon this side is goading that Attila, who was a scourge on earth, and Pyrrhus, and Sextus, and forever milks the tears, which with the boiling it unseals in Rinia da Corneto and Rinia Pazzo, who stalk the highways to make war." Then back he turned and passed again the ford. Canto 13. The wood of thorns, the harpies, the violent against themselves, suicides, Pier della Vigna, Lano, and Jacopo da Sant'Andrea. Not yet had Nessus reached the other side when we had put ourselves within a wood that was not marked by any path whatever. Not foliage green, but of a dusky colour, not branches smooth, but gnarled and intertangled. Not apple trees were there, but thorns with poison. Such tangled thickets have not, nor so dense, those savage wild beasts that in hatred hold twixt Cesena and Corneto, the tilled places. There do the hideous harpies make their nests, who chased the Trojans from the Strophides with sad announcement of impending doom. Broad wings have they, and necks and faces human, and feet with claws, and their great bellies fledged. They make laments upon the wondrous trees. And the good master, ere thou enter, Father, know that thou art within the second round, thus he began to say, and shalt be till thou comest out upon the horrible sand. Therefore look well around, and thou shalt see things that will credence give unto my speech. I heard on all sides lamentations uttered, and person none beheld I who might make them, whence utterly bewildered I stood still. I think he thought that I perhaps might think so many voices issued through those trunks from people who concealed themselves from us.
Therefore the master said, If thou break off some little spray from any of these trees, the thoughts thou hast will wholly be made vain. Then stretched I forth my hand a little forward, and plucked a branchlet off from a great thorn, and the trunk cried, Why dost thou mangle me? After it had become embrowned with blood, it recommenced its cry, Why dost thou rend me? Hast thou no spirit of pity whatsoever? Men once we were, and now are changed to trees. Indeed, thy hand should be more pitiful, even if the souls of serpents we had been. As out of a green brand that is on fire at one of the ends, and from the other drips and hisses with the wind that is escaping, so from that splinter issued forth together both words and blood, whereat I let the tip fall, and stood like a man who is afraid. Had he been able sooner to believe, my sage made answer, O thou wounded soul, what only in my verses he has seen, not upon thee had he stretched forth his hand, whereas the thing incredible has caused me to put him to an act which grieveth me. But tell him who thou wast, so that by way of some amends thy fame he may refresh up in the world to which he can return. And the trunk said, So thy sweet words allure me, I cannot silent be, and you be vexed not, that I a little to discourse am tempted. I am the one who both keys had in keeping of Frederick's heart, and turned them to and fro, so softly in unlocking and in locking, that from his secrets most men I withheld. Fidelity I bore the glorious office so great, I lost thereby my sleep and pulses. The courtesan who never from the dwelling of Caesar turned aside her strumpet eyes, death universal and the vice of courts, inflamed against me all the other minds, and they, inflamed, did so inflame Augustus, that my glad honours turned to dismal mournings. My spirit in disdainful exultation, thinking by dying to escape disdain, made me unjust against myself, the just. I, by the roots unwonted of this wood, do swear to you that never broke I faith unto my lord, who was so worthy of honour. And to the world, if one of you return, let him my memory comfort, which is lying still prostrate from the blow that envy dealt it. Waited a while, and then, Since he is silent, the poet said to me, lose not the time, but speak, and question him, if more may please thee. Whence I to him, Do thou again inquire concerning what thou think'st will satisfy me, for I cannot. Such pity is in my heart. Therefore he recommenced. So may the man do for thee freely what thy speech implores. Spirit incarcerate, again be pleased to tell us in what way the soul is bound within these knots, and tell us, if thou canst, if any from such members e'er is freed. Then blew the trunk amain, and afterward the wind was into such a voice converted. With brevity shall be replied to you. When the exasperated soul abandons the body whence it rent itself away, Minos consigns it to the seventh abyss. It falls into the forest, and no part is chosen for it but where fortune hurls it. There, like a grain of spelt, it germinates.
Its springs a sapling and a forest tree. The harpies feeding then upon its leaves do pain create, and for the pain an outlet. Like others, for our spoils shall we return, but not that any one may them revest, for 'tis not just to have what one casts off. Here we shall drag them, and along the dismal forest our bodies shall suspended be, each to the thorn of his molested shade. We were attentive still unto the trunk, thinking that more it yet might wish to tell us, when by a tumult we were overtaken, in the same way as he is who perceives the boar and chase approaching to his stand, who hears the crashing of the beasts and branches, and too, behold, upon our left-hand side, naked and scratched, fleeing so furiously that of the forest every fan they broke. He who was in advance, "Now help, Death! Help!" And the other one, who seemed to lag too much, was shouting, "La, no, were not so alert, those legs of thine at joustings of the topo." And then, perchance, because his breath was failing, he grouped himself together with a bush. Behind them was the forest, full of black she-mastiffs, ravenous, and swift of foot as greyhounds loosened from the chain. On him who had crouched down they set their teeth, and him they lacerated piece by piece, thereafter bore away those aching members. Thereat my escort took me by the hand, and led me to the bush, that all in vain was weeping from its bloody lacerations. "O Jacopo," it said, "of Sant'Andrea, what help did thee of me to make a screen? What blame have I in thy nefarious life?" When near him had the master stayed his steps, he said, "Who wast thou, that through wounds so many art blowing out with blood thy dolorous speech?" And he to us, "O souls that hither come to look upon the shameful massacre that has so rent away from me my leaves, gather them up beneath a dismal bush. I of that city was which to the Baptist changed its first patron, wherefore he for this forever with his art will make it sad. And were it not that on the pass of Arno some glimpses of him are remaining still, those citizens who afterwards rebuilt it upon the ashes left by Attila in vain had caused their labour to be done. Of my own house I made myself a gibbet." Canto 14. The sandy waste and rain of fire, the violent against God. Capanius, the statue of time, and the 4 infernal rivers. Compelled by charity for my native place, I gathered up the scattered leaves and gave them back to him, who now was hoarse. Then came we to the confines, where the second round was divided from the third, and where a horrible form of justice is displayed. To describe these novel sights more clearly, I say that we arrived upon a plain whose sterile bed seemed to repel all plants. That dolorous forest is like a garland round it, as is the dismal moat to that in turn, and there, close to the very edge, we stayed our steps. The soil was of a dense and arid sand, nor of other material created than that which by the feet of Cato once was pressed. Vengeance of God! Oh, how much thou oughtest to be dreaded by each one who readest what was manifest then unto mine eyes. There I beheld innumerable herds of naked souls, who all were weeping sore and piteously, and over all seemed set a law diverse. Supine upon the ground some folk were lying,
and some were sitting, all drawn up together, and others paced about continually. Those who were going round were farther more, and those were less who laid down to their torment, but these had tongues more loosened to lament. O'er all the sandy waste, with gradual fall, rained down dilated flakes of fire, as like the snow on Alp without a wind, as Alexander, in those torrid parts of India, beheld upon his host flames fall unbroken till they reach the ground, whence he provided with his phalanxes to trample down the soil, because the vapour better extinguished was, while it was single. Thus was descending the eternal heat, whereby the sand was set on fire like tinder beneath the steel, for doubling of the dole. For ever without respite was the dance of wretched hands, now there, now here, shaking away from off them the fresh gleeds. "Master," began I, "thou who overcomest all things except the demons dire that issued against us at the entrance of the gate, who is that mighty one who seems to heed not the fire, who lieth lowering and disdainful, so that the rain seems not to ripen him?" And he himself, who had become aware that I was questioning my guide about him, cried, "Such as I was living am I dead. If Jove should weary out his smith, from whom he seized in anger the sharp thunderbolt, wherewith upon the last day I was smitten, and if he wearied out by turns the others in Mongibello at the swarthy forge, vociferating, 'Help, good Vulcan, help!' even as he did there at the fight of Phlegra, and shot his bolts at me with all his might, he would not have thereby a joyous vengeance." Then did my leader speak with such great force that I had never heard him speak so loud. "O Capaneus, in that is not extinguished thine arrogance, thou punished art the more. Not any torment saving thine own rage would be unto thy fury pain complete." Then he turned round to me with better lip, saying, "One of the 7 kings was he, who Thebes besieged and held, and seems to hold God in disdain, and little seems to prize him. But, as I said to him, his own despites are, for his breast, the fittest ornaments. Now follow me, and mind thou do not place as yet thy feet upon the burning sand, but always keep them close unto the wood." Speaking no word, we came to where there gushes forth from the wood a little rivulet, whose redness makes my hair still stand on end. As from the Bulicame springs the brooklet, the sinful women later share among them, so downward through the sand it went its way. Its bed and both its sloping banks were made of stone, as were the margins at each side, whence I perceived that there the passage was. In all the rest which I have shown to thee since we have entered in within the gate, whose threshold unto no one is denied, nothing has been witnessed by thine eye so notable as is the present river, which quencheth all the little flames above." These words were my leader's, whence I prayed him that he give me largesse of the food, for which he had already given me largesse of desire. "In the mid-sea there sits a wasted land," said he thereafterward, "whose name is Crete, under whose king the world of old was chaste. A mountain is there in that place, that once was glad with waters and with leaves, which was called Ida. Now 'tis deserted as a thing outworn. Rhea once chose it for the faithful cradle of her own son, and to conceal him better whene'er he cried, she there created clamours. A grand old man stands on that mount erect, whose shoulders turned towards Damietta, and looks at Rome as 'twere his mirror. His head of gold refined is fashioned, and of pure silver are the arms and breast. Then is he brass as far down as the fork. Beneath that point all is of iron chosen, save that the right foot is of kiln-baked clay, and he stands more on that than on the other. Each part except the gold is by a fissure cleft asunder, that drips down tears, which by accumulation wear away into that cavern. From rock to rock they spill, to flow into this valley and form Acheron, Styx, and Phlegethon, then downward run along this narrow sluice, unto that point where is no more descending. There they form Cocytus. What that pool may be thou shalt behold, so here 'tis not narrated. And I to him, if thus the present runnel rises and runs from our world to this, why only this verge doth appear to us? And he to me, thou knowest the place is round, and notwithstanding thou hast journeyed far, still to the left descending to the bottom, thou hast not yet through all the circle turned. Therefore, if something new appear to us, it should not bring amazement to thy face. And I again, Master, where shall be found Lethe and Phlegethon? For of one thou art silent, and sayest the other of this rain is made. In all thy questions truly thou dost please me, replied he. But the boiling of the red water might well resolve one of them. Thou shalt see Lethe, but outside this moat, there where the souls repair to lave themselves, when sin repented of has been removed. Then said he, the time has come now to abandon the wood. Take heed that thou close follow me. We walk along the margins that are not burning, and over which all vapours are extinguished. Canto 15. The Violent Against Nature. Brunetto Latini. Now bears us onward one of the hard margins, and so the brooklet's mist o'ershadows it. From fire it saves the water and the dykes. Even as the Flemings, twixt Catsand and Bruges, fearing the flood that towards them hurls itself, their bulwarks build to put the sea to flight, and as the Paduans along the Brenta, to guard their villas and their villages, or ever Chiarantana feel the heat. In such similitude had those been made, albeit not so lofty nor so thick, whoever the master be that made them. Now were we from the forest so remote, I could not have discovered where it was, even if backward I had turned myself, when we a company of souls encountered, who came beside the dyke, and every one gazed at us, as at evening we are wont to eye each other under a new moon, and so towards us sharpen they their brows, as an old tailor at the needle's eye. Thus scrutinized by such a family, by someone I was recognized, who seized my garment's hem and cried out, "What a marvel!" And I, when he stretched forth his arm to me, on his baked aspect fastened so mine eyes, that the scorched countenance prevented not his recognition by my intellect, and bowing down my face unto his own, I made reply, "Are you here, Sir Brunetto?" And he,
"May it not displease thee, O my son, if a brief space with thee, Brunetto Latini, backward return, and let the trail go on?"
I said to him, "With all my power I ask it, and if you wish me to sit down with you, I will, if he please, for I go with him."
"O son," he said, "whoever of this herd a moment stops, lies then 100 years, nor fans himself when smiteth him the fire. Therefore go on, I at thy skirts will come, and afterward will I rejoin my band, which goes lamenting its eternal doom."
I did not dare to go down from the road level to walk with him, but my head bowed I held, as one who goeth reverently. And he began,
"What fortune or what fate before the last day leadeth thee down here? And who is this that showeth thee the way?"
"Up there above us, in the life serene," I answered him, "I lost me in a valley, or ever yet my age had been completed. But yestermorn I turned my back upon it. This one appeared to me, returning thither, and homeward leadeth me along this road." And he to me,
"If thou thy star do follow, thou canst not fail thee of a glorious port, if well I judged in the life beautiful. But that ungrateful and malignant people which of old time from Fessoli descended, and smacks still of the mountain and the granite, will make itself for thy good deeds thy foe. And it is right, for among crabbed sorbs it ill befits the sweet fig to bear fruit. Old rumour in the world proclaims them blind, a people avaricious, envious, proud. Take heed that of their customs thou do cleanse thee. Thy fortune so much honour doth reserve thee. One party and the other shall be hungry for thee, but far from goat shall be the grass. The litter let the beasts of Fessoli make of themselves, nor let them touch the plant, if any still upon their dunghill rise, in which may yet revive the consecrated seed of those Romans who remained there when the nest of such great malice it became."
"Were all my wish fulfilled," I straight replied, "thou wouldst not yet be banished from the boundaries of human nature. For in my mind is fixed, and touches now my heart, the dear, benign, paternal image of you, when in the world, from hour to hour, you taught me how a man becomes eternal, and how much I am grateful while I live behoves that in my language be discerned. What you narrate of my career, I write and keep it to be glossed with other text, by a lady who can do it, if I reach her. This much only would I have you note, provided that my conscience chide me not. I am prepared for whatsoever fortune grant. Such good luck promises are not new to mine ears. Let fortune turn her wheel as she doth will, the churl his mattock, and all things their course." My master thereupon turned to his right, and looking backwards at me, said, "He listeneth well who noteth well." Nor speaking less on that account, I go with Sir Brunetto, and I ask who are his most known and most eminent companions. And he to me,
"To know of some is well. Of others it were laudable to be silent, for short would be the time for so much speech. Know them in some that all of them were clerks and men of letters, great and of great fame in the world, tainted with the self-same sin. Priscian goes yonder with that wretched crowd, and Francis of a Corso, and thou hadst seen there, if thou hadst had a hankering for such scurf, that one who by the servant of the servants from Arno was transferred to Bacchiglione, where he has left his sin-excited nerves.
More would I say, but coming and discoursing can be no longer, for that I behold new smoke uprising yonder from the sand. A people comes with whom I may not be. Commended unto thee be my tesoro, in which I still live, and no more I ask."
Then he turned round, and seemed to be of those who at Verona run for the green mantle across the plain, and seemed to be among them the one who wins, and not the one who loses. Canto 16. Guidogera, Aldobrandi, and Rusticucci, Cataract of the River of Blood. Now was I where was heard the reverberation of water falling into the next round, like to that humming which the beehives make, when shadows three together started forth, running from out a company that passed beneath the reign of the sharp martyrdom. Towards us came they, and each one cried out, "Stop thou! For by thy garb to us thou seemest to be some one of our depraved city." Ah me, what wounds I saw upon their limbs, both old and new, all branded by the flames. It pains me still just to remember it. Unto their cries my teacher paused attentive. Turning his face towards me then, he said, "Now wait, to these we should be courteous. And were it not for the darting fires that plague this region, I should say, haste were more proper to thee than to them." As soon as we stood still, they recommenced the old refrain of wailing, and in overtaking us formed of themselves a wheel, all three, as champions stripped and oiled are wont to do, watching for their advantage and their hold, before they come to blows and thrusts between them. Thus wheeling round did every one his face direct to me, so that the neck and feet were moving in continual opposition. "If these miserable shifting sands," began one then, "and our black looks and blistered mien arouse disdain for our entreaties and ourselves, let our renown at least thy mind incline to tell us who thou art, who thus securely on thy living feet dost move through hell. He in whose footprints thou dost see me treading, naked and skinless, though he now may go, was of a greater rank than thou dost think. He was the grandson of the good Gualdrada. His name was Guidogera, and in life much did he with his wisdom and his sword. The other, who close by me treads the sand, Teglia Oldobrandi is, whose fame above there in the world should welcome be. And I, who suffer with them in this plight, Jacopo Rusticucci was. Frankly, my savage wife doth torture me more than aught else. Had I been protected from the fire below, I should have thrown myself among them, nor would my guide, I trust, have stopped me. But as I should have burned and baked myself, my terror overmastered my goodwill, which made me so eager to embrace them. Then I began, "Not scorn, but sorrow for your fate hath so seized hold on me, that it taketh time to wholly shake it off. Once this my lord had spoken unto me such words as made me realize that souls such as yourselves were drawing near me. I of your city am, and evermore your labours and your honourable names I with affection have retraced and heard. I leave the gall, and go for the sweet fruits promised to me by the voracious leader, but to the centre first I needs must plunge. So may the soul for a long while conduct those limbs of thine," did he make answer then, "and so may thy renown shine after thee. Valour and courtesy, say if they dwell within our city as they used to do, or if they wholly have gone out of it. For Guglielmo Borsiere, who is in torment with us of late, and goes there with his comrades, doth greatly mortify us with his words. The new inhabitants and the sudden gains, pride and extravagance, have in thee engendered, Florence, so that thou weepest thereat already." In this wise I exclaimed, with face uplifted, and the three, taking that for my reply, looked at each other as one looks at truth. "If other times so little it doth cost thee," replied they all, "to satisfy another, happy art thou, thus speaking at thy will. Therefore, if thou escape from these dark places, and come to re-behold the beauteous stars, when it shall pleasure thee to say, 'I was,' see that thou speak of us unto the people." Then they broke up the wheel, and in their flight it seemed as if their agile legs were wings. Not an amen could possibly be said, so rapidly as they had disappeared, wherefore the master deemed best to depart. I followed him, and little had we gone before the sound of water was so near us that, speaking, we should hardly have been heard, even as that stream which holdeth its own course, the first from Monteveso towards the east upon the left-hand slope of Apennine, which is above called Aquachetta, ere it down descendeth into its low bed, and at Forli is vacant of that name, reverberates there above San Benedetto from Alps, by falling at a single leap, where for 1,000 there were room enough. Thus downward from a bank precipitate we found resounding that dark-tinted water, so that it soon the ear would have offended. I had a cord around about me girt, with which erstwhile I once had thought to take the panther with the painted skin. After I this from me had all unloosed, as my conductor had commanded me, I reached it to him, gathered up and coiled, whereat he turned himself to the right side, and at a little distance from the verge he cast it down into that deep abyss. "Some novelty must needs respond," I said within myself, "to this strange signal which my master is so closely watching. Ah me, how very cautious men should be with those who look not only at the act, but through their wisdom can behold our thoughts." He said to me, "Soon there will upward come what I await, and soon what thou art dreaming must rapidly reveal itself unto thy sight. Aye, to that truth which has the face of falsehood, a man should close his lips as far as may be, because without his fault it causes shame. But here I cannot. And reader, by the notes of this my comedy, to thee I swear, so may they not be void of lasting favour, athwart that dense and murky atmosphere I saw a figure come, that swimming upward might have quelled even the steadfast heart. In such guise as he returns, who goeth down sometimes to clear an anchor which has grappled reef or aught else that in the sea is hidden, who upward stretches and draws in his feet. Canto 17. Gerion, the violent against art. Usurers. Descent into the abyss of Malebolge. Behold the monster with a pointed tail, who cleaves the hills, and breaketh walls and weapons. Behold him who infecteth all the world. Thus unto me my guide began to say, and beckoned him that he should come to shore, near to the confine of the trodden marble. And that uncleanly image of deceit came up, and thrust ashore its head and bust, but on the border did not drag its tail. The face was as the face of a just man, its semblance outwardly was so benign, and of a serpent all the trunk beside. 2 paws it had, hairy unto the armpits, the back and breast, and both its sides, it had depicted all with nooses and with shields, with more variegated colours or more broidery in cloth. Never did Tartars make, nor Turks, nor were such tissues ever by Arachne laid. As sometimes wherries lie upon the shore, that part are in the water, part on land, and as among the guzzling German boors the beaver plants himself to wage his war, so that vile monster lay upon the border, which is of stone and shutteth in the sand. His tail was quivering entirely in the void, contorting upwards the envenomed fork, that in the guise of scorpion armed its point. The guide said, "Now must our way turn aside perforce a little, even towards that beast malevolent that yonder coucheth him." We therefore on the right side did descend, and made 10 steps upon the outer verge, completely to avoid the sand and flame. And after we are come to him, I see a little farther up upon the sand a people sitting near the hollow place. Then said to me the master, "So that full experience of this round thou bear away, now go and see what their condition is. There let thy conversation be concise. Till thou returnest, I will speak with him, that he concede to us his stalwart shoulders." Thus farther still upon the outermost head of that 7th circle, all alone I went, where sat the melancholy folk. Out of their eyes was gushing forth their woe. This way, that way, they helped them with their hands, now from the flames, and now from the hot soil, in the same wise as do dogs in summer-time, now with the foot, now with the muzzle, when by fleas or flies or gadflies they are bitten. When once I turned mine eyes upon the faces of some on whom the dolorous fire was falling, not one of them I knew, but I perceived that from the neck of each there hung a pouch, which a particular colour had and blazon, and thereupon it seemed their eyes were feeding. And as I came among them, gazing round, I saw a yellow pouch with azure wrought, that bore the face and bearing of a lion. Proceeding further with the current of my sight, another of them saw I, red as blood, on which was shown a goose more white than curd. And one who had a sow, azure and gravid, emblazoned on his little pouch of white, said unto me, "What dost thou in this moat? Now get thee gone, and since thou art still alive, know that a neighbour of mine, Vitaliano, will have his seat here on my left-hand side. A Paduan am I among these Florentines. Full many a time they thunder in mine ears, exclaiming, 'Come, the sovereign cavalier, he who shall bring the satchel with 3 goats.' Then twisted he his mouth, and then thrust forth his tongue like to an ox that licks its nose. And fearing lest my longer stay might vex him who had warned me not to tarry long, backward I turned me from those weary souls. I found my guide already mounted upon the back of that wild animal, who said to me, "Now be both strong and bold, for we descend now by such stairs as these. Mount thou in front, for I will be between, so that the tail may have no power to harm thee." As one who shivers from the quartan ague, so that his nails already have turned blue, and he shudders merely looking at the shade, even so at those proffered words did I become. But shame soon interposed in me his threat, which maketh servant strong before good master. I seated me upon those monstrous shoulders. I would have said, "Take heed thou hold me close," though the voice came not as I intended. But he who other times had rescued me from other peril, soon as I had mounted, within his arms encircled and sustained me, and said, "Now, Gyrien, bestir thyself. Wide be the circle, and the descent slow. Consider the rare burden which thou bearest." Even as the little vessel shoves from shore, backward, still backward, so he thence withdrew. And when he wholly felt himself afloat, there where his breast had been, he turned his tail, and with it extended like an eel, he moved, and with his paws drew to himself the air. A greater fear I do not think there was what time abandoned Phaeton the reins, whereby the heavens, as still appears, were scorched, nor when the wretched Icarus his flanks felt stripped of feathers by the melting wax, his father crying, "An ill way thou takest," than was my own, when I perceived myself on all sides in the air, and saw extinguished the sight of everything but of the monster. Onward he wended, swimming slow, so slow, wheeled and descended, which I perceived but by the wind upon my face, and from below. I heard already on the right the whirlpool making hideous roar beneath us, and towards it I thrust my head with eyes cast down. Then was I still more terrified of the abyss, because fires I beheld, and heard laments, whereat all trembling I the closer clung. Thus I perceived, for I had not seen before, due to the horrors that drew near on every side, how we were turning, how descending. As a falcon that has long been on the wing, seeing neither lure nor bird, doth provoke the falconer to say, "Ah me, thou stoopest," as he descendeth weary, whence he started swiftly, thorough 100 circles, and alights far from his master, sullen and disdainful. Even so did Gyrien light us down at the rock bottom, at the rough-hewn base of that escarpment, and finally, disencumbered of our persons, sped away as arrow from the string. Canto 18. The 8th circle. Malebolge, the fraudulent and the malicious. The first bolgia, seducers and panders. Venedico caccianamico, Jason. The second bolgia, flatterers. Alessio Interminelli, Thais. There is a place in hell called Malebolge, wholly of stone and of an iron colour, as is the circle that around it turns. Right in the middle of this field malign there yawns a gulf exceeding wide and deep, which I will tell of in due time and place. Round that enclosure formed between the well and bottom of the high, hard bank, 10 valleys sink successively, each one distinct. As when, to protect the castle's walls, innumerable moats surround the stately place, which replicate the fortress shape itself, just so did these present a similar form, and as such strongholds have, from threshold to the outer bank, their little bridges, so from the foot of every precipice below, craggy paths extend across these moats, uniting the dykes over each separating gulf. Within this place, down shaken from the back of Gyrien, we found us, and the poet bore to the left, and I moved on behind. Upon my right hand I then beheld new anguish, new torments, and new wielders of the lash, wherewith the foremost bolgia was replete. Down at the bottom were the sinners naked. On this side they approached us in the midst, beyond it they arrived at greater pace, even as the Romans, for the mighty host at the year of Jubilee, upon the bridge, devise a way for all the people to pass over. with all facing towards the castle on one side in order to arrive unto St. Peter's, and on the other turning to the mountain. On both this side and on that, along the livid stone, horned demons with great scourges I beheld, who cruelly beat them from behind. Ah me, how they did make them lift their legs at the first blows, and sooth to say no one the second waited for, nor for the third. Meanwhile, as on I went, mine eyes met one at whose encounter I straightway cried, At his sight am I still unsated. Therefore I stayed my feet to make him out, and with me the sweet guide came to a stand, and to my going back a space assented. And though the scourged spirit tried to conceal himself by lowering his face, it little did avail him, for I said, Thou that dost cast down thine eyes, if the features thou dost bear belie thee not, thou art venidico catia nemico. But what brings thee to such bitter seasoning? And he to me, Unwillingly I tell it, but am I forced to speak by thine utterance distinct, which recollects to me the ancient world. I was the one who did induce the fair Gisola to grant the wishes of the Marquis, howe'er the shameless story may be told. Not the sole Bolognese am I who weeps here, nay, rather is this place so full of them that not so many tongues to-day are taught twixt Reno and Savina to say Sipa, and if thereof thou wishest pledge or proof, bring to thy mind our avaricious heart. While speaking in this manner, with a whip a demon smote him, saying,
Get thee gone, panda! There are no women here for coin.
I rejoined again mine escort then. Thereafterward, with footsteps few, we came to where a crag projected from the bank. This very easily did we ascend, and turning to the right along its ridge, from those eternal circles we departed. When we were there, where it is hollowed out beneath to give a passage to the scourged, the guide said, Wait, and see that on thee strike the vision of those others evil-born, of whom thou hast not yet beheld the faces, because together with us they have gone. From the old bridge we looked upon the train which towards us came upon the other border, and which the scourges in like manner smote. And the good master, without my inquiring, said to me, See that tall one who is coming, and for his pain seems not to shed a tear. Still what a royal aspect he retains. That Jason is, who by his heart and cunning the Colchians of their ram made destitute. He by the isle of Lemnos passed along after the daring women, pitiless, had unto death devoted all their males. There with his tokens and with ornate words did he deceive Hypsipyle, the maiden who first herself had all the rest deceived. There did he leave her pregnant and forlorn. Such sin unto such punishment condemns him, and also for Medea is vengeance done. With him go all who in such wise deceive, and let this suffice thee to know of the first valley, and those within its jaws. We were already where the narrow path crosses athwart the second dyke, and forms of that a buttress for another arch. Thence we heard people that were making moan in the next bolgia, snorting through their muzzles, and beating with their palms upon themselves. The margins were encrusted with a mould from exhalations down below, sticking there to wage war against the eyes and nostrils. The abyss is so deep that no place suffices to give sight of it without ascending high to the summit of the craggy arch that hangs above. Thither we came, and from thence in the moat below I saw a people, smothered in a filthy ordure that from human privies seemed to flow. And whilst I searched down there with peering eye, wondered I see whose head was so befouled with excrement that it could not be said if he cleric were or layman. He screamed at me,
"Wherefore art thou so eager to look at me more than the other foul ones?"
and I to him, because if I remember, I have already seen thee with dry hair, and thou art Alessio Interminelli of Lucca, therefore I thee more than all the rest. And he thereon belabouring his bare pate,
"The flatteries have submerged me here below, wherewith my tongue was never surfeited."
Then spoke my guide, "Look further on, and stretch thy neck still farther forward, that thine eyes might see the face beyond of that unclean and dishevelled drab, who there doth scratch herself with filthy nails, now crouching and now standing on one foot. Tias the harlot is it, who replied unto her paramour when he said, 'Have I thanks from thee?' Nay, marvellous gratitude. And herewith let our sight be satisfied." Canto 19, the third Bolgia. Simoniacs, Pope Nicholas III, Dante's reproof of corrupt prelates. O Simon Magus, O forlorn disciples, ye who the things of God, which ought to be the brides of holiness, rapaciously for silver and for gold do prostitute, now it behoves for you the trumpet sound, because in this third Bolgia ye abide. We had already, on the following tomb, ascended to that portion of the crag which o'er the middle of the moat hangs plumb. O wisdom supreme, how great thine art is manifest in heaven, in earth, and in the evil world, how just thy power is evenly distributed. I saw that every side and over the bottom of the livid stone was covered with holes, all of one size, and each one circular. No less ample to me seemed they, nor less large, than those beneath my beautiful St. John, fashioned for the baptises to stand, one of which not many years ago I broke to save a drowning babe. Be this a seal to undeceive all men who doubt me. Out of the mouths of all of them there did protrude the feet of a transgressor, and the legs up to the calf. The rest remained within. On all the soles of both feet were on fire, wherefore so violently did the joints quiver, they would have snapped asunder withes and bands. Even as flames of fire are wont to flicker on the outer surface only, so likewise was it there, from heel to point. "Master, who is he who writhes upon himself more than his other quivering comrades?" I said, "on whom a redder flame is licking." And he to me, "If thou wilt have me bear thee down along that bank which lies the lowest, thou'lt know him and his errors from himself." And I, "What pleases thee to me is pleasing. Thou art my lord, and knowest that I part not from thy desire, nor know what is not spoken." Straightway upon the fourth dyke we arrived. We turned, and on the left-hand side descended down to the bottom, full of holes and narrow. And the good master still from off his side let me not down, till to the hole he brought me of him whose shuddering limbs were so distressed. "Whoe'er thou art, O doleful soul that standest upside down implanted like a stake," I began to say, "if thou canst, speak." I stood there like the friar that doth shrive the false assassin, who even though doomed, doth recall him to delay his death. And he cried out, "Dost thou stand there already? Ha! Dost thou still stand there, Boniface? By many years the record lied to me.
Art thou so early satiate with that wealth for which thou didst not fear to defraud the beautiful lady, and then work her woe?
Such I became, as people are who stand not comprehending what is said to them, as if bemocked, and know not how to answer. Then Virgil said,
Tell him straightway, I am not he. I am not he thou thinkest.
And I replied, as was imposed upon me. Whereat the spirit writhed with both his feet, then sighing, with a voice of lamentation, said to me,
Then what dost thou want of me? If who I am thou carest so much to comprehend, that thou on that account hast crossed the bank, know that I vested was with the great mantle. And truly was I son of the she-bear, so eager to advance the cubs that wealth above and here myself I pocketed. Beneath my head are dragged down others who have preceded me in simony, flattened along a fissure of the rock. There I shall likewise fall below whenever he shall come, who I believed thou wast, what time the sudden question I proposed. But my souls have already roasted longer, and have this way been upside down, than he will stay planted with red feet. For after him shall come a fouler deed from towards the west, a pastor without law, such as befits to cover him and me. New Jason will he be, of whom we read in Maccabees, and as his king was pliant, so he who governs France shall be to this one.
I do not know if I were here too bold, that him I answered only in this metre.
I pray thee, tell me now, how great a treasure our Lord demanded of St. Peter first, before he put the keys into his keeping. Truly he nothing asked but, Follow me. Nor Peter, nor the rest asked of Matthias silver or gold, when he by lot was chosen unto the place the guilty soul had lost. Therefore stay here, for thou art justly punished, and keep safe guard o'er the ill-gotten money which caused thee to be valiant against Charles. And were it not that I am yet forbid by reverence for the keys superlative thou hadst in keeping in more happy times, I would make use of words more grievous still, because your avarice afflicts the world, trampling down the good and raising the depraved. The evangelist you pastors had in mind, when she who sitteth upon many waters to fornicate with kings by him was seen, the same who with the 7 heads was born, and power and strength from the 10 horns received, so long as virtue to her spouse was pleasing. Ye have made yourselves a god of gold and silver, and from the idolatrer how differ ye, save that he one, and ye 100 worship? Ah, Constantine, to how much ill gave birth, not thy conversion, but that marriage dower, which the first wealthy father took from thee.
And while I sang to him such notes as these, either that anger or that conscience stung him, he struggled violently with both his feet. I think, in sooth, that it my leader pleased, with such contented lip he listened ever unto the sound of the true words expressed. Therefore with both his arms he took me up, and when he had me all upon his breast, remounted by the way he had descended. Nor did he tire to have me clasped to him, but bore me to the summit of the arch, which from the 4th dyke to the 5th is passage. There tenderly he laid his burden down, tenderly on the steep and uneven crag that would have been hard passage for the goats. Thence was unveiled to me another valley. Canto 20, the 4th Bolgia. Soothsayers, Amphiaraus, Tiresias, Aarons, Manto, Eryphilas, Michael Scott, Guido Bonatti, and Astente. Virgil reproaches Dante's pity, Mantua's foundation. Of torments new it now behoves me to make verse, fit argument for this canto, the 20th of the first song of souls submerged in woe. I was already earnestly disposed to peer down towards the gaping depths, drowned in such tears of anguish, when I saw coming through the circling hollow people, silent and weeping, coming at the pace which in this world the litanies assume. As my sight lowered more directly towards them, I saw that each seemed wondrously distorted from the chin down to the chest, for towards their reins they turned their faces, and it behoved them backward to advance, as none was permitted to look forward. Perchance, indeed, by force of violent palsy, one might thus be wholly turned awry, but I ne'er saw it, nor believed it possible. As God may let thee, reader, gather fruit from this thy reading, think for thyself now how I could keep my face dry, when I saw close by me the human form distorted in such wise that the tears falling from the eyes bathed the hinder parts along the fissure. Truly I wept, leaning upon a peak of the hard crag, so that my escort said to me, "Art thou too foolish like the rest? Here pity only lives when it is wholly dead. Who is a greater reprobate than he who feels compassion at the doom divine? Lift up thy head, and see for whom the earth opened before the Thebans' eyes. Wherefore they all cried, Whither rushest thou, Amphiaraus? Why dost leave the war? And downward ceased he not to fall amain, as far as Minos, who lays hold on all. See, he has made a bosom of his shoulders, because he wished to see too far before. Behind he looks now, backward goes his way. Behold Tiresias, who his semblance changed, when from a male a female he became, his members being all of them transformed, and afterwards was forced to strike once more the two entangled serpents with his rod, ere he could have again his manly plumes. That Aarons is, who backs the other's belly, who in the hills of Luni, there where delves the Carraresi that houses underneath, among the marbles white, a cavern had for his abode, whence to behold the stars and sea, which view was not cut off from him. And she there who is covering her breasts, which thou beholdest not, with loosened tresses, for all her hair is growing on that side, was Manto, who made quest through many lands, afterwards tarried there where I was born, whereof I would thou list to me a little. After her father had from life departed, and the city of Bacchus had become enslaved, she a long season wandered through the world. Above in beauteous Italy there lies a lake at the Alps' foot that shuts in Germany over the Tyrol, and Benaco is its name. By 1,000 springs or more, I think, twixt Garda and Val Camonica, the Pennino is bathed with water that grows stagnant in that lake. Midway a place is, where the Trentine pastor, and he of Brescia and the Veronese, might give his blessing if he passed that way. There sitteth Peschiera, a fortress fair and strong, to confront Brescians and Bergamasques, where the bank slopes lowest down. And there of necessity must fall whatever cannot stay within the bosom of Benaco, and becomes a river through green pastures. Soon as the water doth begin to run, no more Benaco is it called, but Mincio, far as Governo, where it falls in Po. And not much further on it finds a plain, in which it spreads itself to become marshy, where oft 'tis wont in summer to be sickly. Passing that way, this wild virgin comes, and discovers in the midst the fen descried, untilled and naked of inhabitants, where to escape all human intercourse, she with her slaves remained, her arts to practice, and to live, and leave her body at last tenantless. Other tribes thereafter who were scattered round gathered in that place, which was made safe and secure by the marshy fen on every side. Over those dead bones they reared a city, and after her who first the place selected, named it Mantua, with no other omen. Its people once more numerous were by far, before the foolish Casalodi was deceived by the treacherous counsels of Pinamonte. Therefore I caution thee, if e'er thou hearest otherwise of my fair city's origins, let no falsehood cheat you of the truth. And I, my master, thy discourses are to me so certain, and so take my faith, that unto me the rest would be spent coals. But tell me of the people who are passing, if any one noteworthy thou beholdest, for only unto that my mind reverts. Then said he to me, he who from the cheek thrusts his beard out upon his swarthy shoulders lived at the time when Greece was void of males, so that there scarce remained one in the cradle. An augur was he, and with Calchas gave the sign in Aulis when to sever the first cable. Eriphilus his name was, and so sings my lofty tragedy in some part or other. That knowest thou well, who knowest the whole of it. The next, who is so slender in the flanks, was Michael Scott, who of a verity of magical illusions knew the game. Behold Guido Bonatti, behold Astente, who now unto his leather and his thread would fain have stuck, but he too late repents. Behold the wretched ones, who left the needle, the spool and rock, and made them fortune-tellers. They wrought their magic spells with herb and image. But come now, for already both confines are held of both hemispheres, and under Seville's sea the waves are touched by Cain and the thorns. And yesternight the moon was round already. Thou shouldst remember well what service she did thee at times within the forest deep. Thus spake he to me, and we walked the while. Canto 21. The fifth Bolgia. Peculators, the elder of Santa Zita, Malacoda, and other devils. From bridge to bridge thus speaking, with other talk of which my comedy cares not to sing, we came along, and attained the summit, where we stood to behold next another valley of the Malebolge, and hear other vain laments, and I saw that it was marvellously dark. As in the arsenal of the Venetians the tenacious pitch is boiled in winter, to smear their unsound vessels o'er again, for sail they cannot, and instead thereof one makes his vessel new, and one recorks the ribs of that which many voyages has made. One hammers at the prow, one at the stern, this one makes oars, and that one cordage twists, another mends the mainsail and the mizzen. Thus, not by fire, but by the art divine, boiled down below a glutinous pitch, which belimed the bank on every side. I saw it, but I could not see within it aught but the bubbles that the boiling raised, which swelled and surged only to subside again.
And even as my gaze was fixed down there below, my leader, crying out, "Beware! Beware!" drew me to him close from where I stood. Then I turned round, as one who is reluctant to observe what it behoves him to escape, and whom a sudden terror so unnerves that while he looks delays not his departure, and I beheld behind us a black devil running to draw near us on the crag. Ah, how ferocious did his aspect seem to me, and how ruthless was he in his action, with his open wings and nimble feet. On his shoulders, which sharp-pointed were and high, he carried a sinner caught by both haunches and clutched by the sinews of the feet.
"Oh, Malebranche of the bridge," he called, "behold one of the elders of Saint Zita. Plunge him below, for I return for others, unto that town which is well furnished with them. All there are barators except one Puro, and can change no to yes for cash."
He hurled him down, and over the hard crag turned around, and never was a mastiff hound loosened in such hurry to pursue a thief. The other sank and rose again face downward, but the demons under cover of the bridge cried,
"Here the Santo Volto has no place. Here is a swim in other waters than the Serchio. Therefore, if thou hast no wish for the hook, do not rise up above the pitch."
They stabbed him then with over 100 hooks. They said,
"Here must thou needs dance under cover, so that thou mayest steal in secret if thou canst."
In similar wise do cooks their scullions make, to immerse into the middle of the cauldron meat with hooks, so that it may not float. Said the good master then to me, "That it be not seen that thou art here, crouch down and screen thyself behind some jagged rock, and keep thee hidden. And as for any outrage that is done to me, be not afraid, for I am privy to these matters, as once before was I in such a scuffle." Then he passed on and stepped beyond the bridgehead, and when upon the 6th bank he arrived, need was for him to have a steadfast front. For with the same fury and the same uproar as dogs leap out upon a mendicant who on a sudden begs where'er he stops, so did they issue from beneath the little bridge, and turned against him all their grappling irons. But he cried out, "Be none of you malignant. Before those hooks of yours lay hold on me, let one of you step forward who may hear me, and then take counsel as to seizing me." They all cried out,
"Let Malacoda go!"
whereat one started forward, and the rest stood still, and that one drew near, saying,
"What availeth him?
"Thinkest thou, Malacoda, to behold me, thus far advanced here," my master said, "safe hitherto from all your skill of fence, without the will divine and fate auspicious? Let me go on, for it in heaven is willed that I another show this savage road." Then was his pride so humbled in him that he let drop his hook before his feet, and to the others said,
"Now strike not him."
and unto me, my guide, "O thou who art huddled on the bridge, crouched low among the crags, come, join me now, secure again." Wherefore I started up and joined him swiftly, and all the fiends as swiftly forward pressed, so that I feared they would not keep their compact. And thus I once beheld in fear the foot soldiers who issued under safeguard from Caprona, seeing themselves among so many foes. Closely did I adhere and press my entire person to my leader's side,
nor ever turned mine eyes away from off their spiteful faces. They lowered their hooks, and
"Wilt thou have me hit him?" said one to another. "On the rump?" And then, "Yes, see that thou dost nick him with it," did reply.
But the same demon who was holding parley with my guide turned on him very quickly, saying,
"Be thou quiet, be quiet, Scarmiglione."
Then said to us,
"You can no farther go ahead upon this crag, because the sixth arch lies all shattered at the bottom. But if it still doth please you to go onward, pursue your way along this rocky bank. Near by another crag will yield a better path. Yesterday, some 5 hours later than this hour, 1,266 years were complete that this way has been broken. I shall dispatch in that direction some of mine, to see if any dareth to air himself. Go you with them, for they are not vicious." "Step forward, Alicino and Calcabrina," began he to cry out. "And thou, Cagnazzo and Barbariccia, do thou guide the 10. Step up, Libicocco and Draginziazzo, and Fang Ciriato and Graffiacane, and Farfarello and Mad Rubicante. Search ye all round about the boiling pitch, let these be safe, as far as the next crag, that all unbroken passes all the dens."
"Oh me! Oh master! What a sight I see! Pray let us go," I said, "without an escort, if thou knowest how, since for myself I ask none. If thou art as observant as thy wont is, dost thou not see that they do gnash their teeth, and with their brows are threatening woe to us?"
and he to me, "I will not have thee fear. Let them gnash on according to their fancy, because they do it for those boiling wretches." Along the left-hand dyke they wheeled about, but first had each one thrust his tongue between his teeth towards their leader for a signal, and he had made a trumpet of his rump. Canto 22. Ciampolo, Friar Gomita, and Michael Zanche. The Malebranche Quarrel. I have erstwhile seen horsemen moving camp, seen them begin to muster forces and assault, or sometimes start away on their retreat. Light-footed couriers have I seen, O Aretines, fleet foragers marauding forth upon your lands, seen clashing tournaments and tilting jousts, sometimes with trumpets and sometimes with bells, with kettle-drums and signals from the fortress, with multiple inventions, native and outlandish. But never yet with bagpipes so uncouth did I see horsemen move, nor infantry, nor ship by any sign of land or star. We went upon our way with the 10 demons, savage company, but in the church with saints, and with the gluttons in the tavern. Ever upon the pitch fixed I my gaze intent, to see the whole condition of that Bolgia, and note all those who therein burned, even as dolphins when they give a sign to mariners by the arching of the back, that they might take note and save their vessel. So too sometimes, in order to alleviate pain, one of the sinners would display his back, and then dip down more quick than lightning. As on the brink of water in a ditch, the frogs stand only with their muzzles out, so that they hide their feet and other bulk, so too upon each side the sinners stood. But whenever Barbariccia near them came, thus underneath the boiling they withdrew. I saw, and still my heart doth shudder at it, one waiting thus. Even as it comes to pass, one frog remains, and down another dives.
And Graffiacane, who was the closest to him, grappled him by his tresses, smeared with pitch, and drew him up so that he seemed an otter. I knew before the names of all of them, so had I noted them when they were chosen, and when they called each other, listened how.
Ah, Rubicante, see that thou do lay thy claws upon him, so that thou mayest flay him,
cried all together the accursed ones. And I, my master, see to it, if thou canst, that thou mayest learn who is that luckless wight, thus fallen in the hands of these his adversaries. Near to the side of him my leader drew, asked of him whence he was, and he replied, I in the kingdom of Navarre was born. My mother placed me servant to a lord, for she had borne me to a ribald knave, destroyer of himself and of his things. Then afterwards the good King Tybalt I served, and set me there to practise barratry, for which I pay the reckoning in this heat. And Ciriato, from whose mouth projected a fang on each side, like a tusked boar, caused him feel how quickly one could rip. The mouse had fallen amongst cruel cats, and Barbariccia seized him first in arms and cried,
Stand ye aside while I enfork him.
And to my master, turning round his head,
Ask him again, he said, if more thou wish to know from him before he is ripped apart.
The guide, Now tell then of the other culprits. Knowest thou anyone who is a Latian under the pitch? And he, I separated short while since from one who was a neighbour. Would that I still were covered up with him, where I should fear neither the claw nor hook. And Libicocco,
We have borne too much.
and with his grapnel seized him by the arm, which rending off a tendon he did tear away. Then Dragignazzo also wished to pounce upon him, to pinch his thighs, at which their chief swung round and did restrain him with an evil look. When they appeased were somewhat, and had ceased afflicting him, who stood still gaping at his wound, my guide demanded, without further stay, Who was he whom thou didst say thou recently did part with to reach this luckless shore? And he replied, It was the friar Gomita, he of Gallura, a vessel of all fraud, who had in hand the enemies of his lord, and dealt so with them, each exults thereat. Money he took, and let them smoothly off, as he says, and in other abused offices was he, supreme as pettifogger, and no mean barrator. Conspiring with him was Don Michael Zanche of Logudoro, and Sardinia was the theme of which their tongues did never tire to wag. Oh me, see how that one doth grind his teeth! More would I speak, but fear lest he be making ready there to scratch my itch. And the grand captain turned to Farfarello, who rolled his eyes about as if to strike, and said,
Stand back, thou cursed bird, avaunt!
If you desire either to see or hear any more, the terror-stricken one began, in fear, Tuscans or Lombards, I will make emerge. But let the Malebranche desist their task a little, so that these may not fear revenge. And then, even from this very spot where I am sitting, single as I am, I yet can summon 7 more to come, the minute that I whistle, as is our custom whenever one emerges. Cagnazzo, at these words, his muzzle lifted, shook his head, and said,
Just hear the knavery which he devises, to throw himself down under.
To which he, who forged snares in great abundance, responded,
I must be more than cunning to procure for myself and mine more woe.
Alighieri could desist no longer, but running counter to the others, said to him,
If thou dost dive, I will not follow thee upon the gallop, but beat my plumes above the pitch to catch thee. Quit the heights, and let the bank be shield, and let us see if singly thou prevail against us all.
O thou who readest this, prepare to hear new sport. Each to the other side his eyes averted, he first, who most reluctant was to do it. The Navarrese selected well his time, planted his feet on land, and in a moment leaped and released himself from their design. Whereat each one was on the sudden stung with shame, but most of all he who had caused the defeat, and now pursued, crying,
Thou art caught!
But little it availed, for even wings cannot outstrip terror. The other one dived under, as this flying one his breast directed upward, no different than when the duck that on a sudden dives beneath at the approach of the falcon, which upward then returns, frustrated, weary. Infuriated at the mockery, Calcabrina after him did fly, with anger stirred, and hot with desire of quarrel. And since the fraudster had escaped, his talons turned on his companion to grapple with him right above the moat. But the other proved a doughty sparrow-hawk, and clapper-clawed him well, and both fell pell-mell in the middle of the boiling pool. Heat was the sudden intercessor twixt the twain, despite which there was no hope of rising, to such degree were their wings now belimed. Lamenting with the others, Barbariccia sent 4 of them flying to the other side with grappling irons primed, and speedily from this side and that to their posts descended. They stretched their hooks towards the pitch ensnared, who were already baked within the crust, and in this state busied with themselves, we left them. Canto 23. Escape from the Malebranche. The 6th Bolgia. Hypocrites. Catalano and Roderingo. Caiaphas. In silence and in solitude we went, one before, the other walking after, and no other company, as go the minor friars along their way. The recent quarrel had towards the well-famed fable of old Aesop turned my thoughts, which recounts the fate of frog and mouse. For Mo and Issa are not more alike than this one is to that, if origin and end of each be heeded and compared. And even as one thought from another springs, so from that is born yet others after it, which did double the initial fear within me. Thus did I ponder. These have on our account with injury and scorn been so greatly mocked, that I fear it will just as greatly vex them. If anger therefore be added to ill will, so will they chase more mercilessly after us than dog upon the leveret which he seizes. Already could I sense my hair stand all on end with terror at the thought, and looking backwards said, Good master, if thou hidest not thyself and me forthwith from the Malebranche, I do dread, for we have them behind us now, and I can imagine that I already feel them near. And he, If I were made of leaded glass, I should not draw to me thine outward image more quickly than imprint the inner one. Just now thy thoughts so coincided with my own in similar fashion and identical expression that I saw through both to one conclusion. If by chance the right-hand bank inclines enough that by its means we might descend to the next pit, we shall escape from this imagined chase. And he had hardly finished offering his opinion
when I beheld them coming, wings outstretched, not far off either, with a will to seize upon us. My guide that instant seized me in his arms, even as a mother who by noise is wakened, and close beside her, seeing the enkindled flames, seizes her son up and flies away, and does not stop, having more care of him than of herself, and delaying no longer than to clothe her in a shift. And from the hard bank of the Bolgia above, supine, he cast him down the pendant rock that serves as a side wall of the lower one. Ne'er did water run so swiftly through a sluice to turn the wheel of a land-built mill when it draws near the turning paddle, as did my master down along that border, bearing me with him on his breast away as his own son, and not as a companion. Barely was the bed of the ravine below touched by his feet than they reached the hill above us, but he was not afraid. For that high providence which had ordained their place as minions ministering to the fifth of motes deprived them of the power of departing thence. A painted people there below we found, who went about with footsteps very slow, weeping, and in their semblance tired and vanquished. They were wearing mantles with the hoods down low before their eyes, cut in the fashion made for the monks of Cluny. All without they gilded are, so that it dazzles, but underneath all leaden, and so very heavy that those used by Frederick were as straw. O everlasting mantle, wearisome attire! Once more we turned us, turning left once more along with them, intent on their sad plaint. But weighed down by their load, that weary folk came on so tardily that we were in new company at each step we took, each stride. Whence I unto my leader spoke, saying, See thou find someone who may by deed or name be known, and to that end look round thee as thou goest. And at that one who understood the Tuscan speech cried to us from behind, Stay ye your feet, ye who so run athwart the dusky air. Perchance thou'lt have from me what thou demandest. Whereat the guide, turning towards him, said to me, Wait then, and proceed according to his pace. I stopped, and two beheld, whose visages betrayed impatient eagerness to reach me, but the load they bore and the narrow way impeded them. When once arrived, they long with eye askance did scrutinize me, without uttering a word, then to each other turned, and said together, By the action of his throat, that one seems living, and if dead, by what privilege does he go uncovered and free of the heavy mantle? Then they said, Tuscan, who hast come to visit this college of wretched hypocrites, do not disdain to tell us who thou art. And I to them, By Arno's pleasant stream in that great city was I born and bred, and wear the body still I've always worn. But who are ye, on whom such grief as I see trickles down your cheeks? And what pain is it that glitters so heavily upon you? And one replied to me, These orange cloaks are so full of lead that their weight causes the scales beneath to creak. Frati Gaudenti were we, and Bolognese, I Catalano, and he Roderingo named, and we were together taken by thy city, as is the custom to take one man alone to maintain its peace, and the way we lived is still remembered round Gardingo. Oh, friars, I began to say, your misery's iniquitous, but spoke no more, for another caught mine eye, crucified with 3 stakes to the ground. He, when he saw me, writhed all over, twisted awry, puffing with deep sighs into his beard. And the friar Catalan, who noticed this, said to me,
"This transfixed one whom thou seest counselled the Pharisees that it was fitting for one man to suffer for the people. Crosswise and naked lies he on this path, as thou perceivest, and must be the first to feel how much doth weigh whoever passes. And in like manner is his father-in-law punished within this mote, and also others of that counsel, seed of malignant ill and suffering for the Jews."
And thereupon my guide Virgil did I see, marvelling at him transfixed so abjectly in eternal banishment upon the cross. Then he addressed the friar with these words, "Be not displeased, if it be lawful, to tell us if any opening on our right lies in the rock, by which we too may further on proceed from here, without compelling any of the dark angels to come and deliver us from the deep." Then he made answer,
"Nearer than thou hopest there is a rock, that forth from this great circle leads across towards the other cruel valleys.
"Save that at this end it is broken, there's no bridge. You will have to climb up on the ruin which leans to one side and rises from below." My guide stood for a while with head bowed down, then said, "The matter was ill recounted by that one who hooked the sinners yonder." And the friar replied,
"Many of the devil's vices did I hear about at Bologna, among which that he's a liar and father of all lies."
At which my leader with great strides paced on, his look somewhat disturbed with anger, and I departed from the heavy-laden ones, following the prints of his beloved feet. Canto 24, the 7th Bolgia. Thieves, Vanni Fucci, serpents. At that time in spring, when the year is young, and the sun tempers his locks beneath Aquarius, and the nights decline to almost half the day, at that time when the hoar-frost rimes the ground with the outward semblance of her sister white, which little lasts the temper of her pen, the husbandman, whose winter's store is failing fast, rises up, and looking out sees pasture and field all gleaming white, whereat he beats his flank, turns back indoors, lamenting up and down like a poor wretch who knows not what to do, and then, returning, finds his hope revived, seeing the world has changed its countenance in little time, and takes his shepherd's crook, and forth the little lambs to pasture drives. Thus did the master fill me with alarm when I beheld his forehead so disturbed, and to the ailment as soon came the balm. For as we reached unto the ruined bridge, the leader turned to me with that sweet look which at the mountain's foot I first beheld, and after some inward counsel with himself and his own thought, regarding well the ruin, his arms he opened wide and took me up. And even as one who considers carefully ahead and always seems prepared before he acts, so as he upward lifted me towards the peak of a huge rock, he scanned the other crag beyond, saying, "Try to grasp that one afterwards, but first test it to see if it sustain thee." To clamber upwards in a cloak was hard, and though he was light and I pushed on, we could barely climb from crag to crag, and had it not been that the slope was less steep there than in another region, I know not of his, but my strength would have failed. But since the valleys of the Malebolge all incline downwards towards the lowest of the pits, the structure of each valley doth require that one bank rises and the other sinks. And so we finally reached the point where the last stone was broke asunder.
The breath was from my lungs so milked away that once I attained the top, I could no farther go. Nay, I sat me down as soon as I arrived.
"It behoves thee now to put off sloth," my master said, "for sitting on soft down or under quilt will never bring thee fame. Withouten which, whoso his life consumes, such vestige leaveth of himself on earth as smoke in air, or in the water foam. Therefore rise up and conquer thy fatigue in the same spirit that conquers in the fight, when the weight of the body does not drag it down. A longer stairway it behoveth thee mount. 'Tis not enough to have attained the ones below. Note me well, if thou wouldst profit by my words."
I straightway rose, to show myself provided well with better breath than I did rightly feel, crying, "Onward go, for I am strong and bold." Upward we took our way along the crag, which rugged was, and narrower, and steep, and more precipitous by far than that before. And I was talking as we went, not to appear faint, whereat a voice arose from the next ditch, a voice ill-suited to the utterance of words. I know not what it said, though I was now standing on the back of the arch that passes there, but he who speaking was seemed moved to anger. I bent down to see, but these living eyes of mine could not penetrate the bottom for the dark. Wherefore I said, "Master, please thee to descend to the next round, and let us come down from the wall, for from this height I hear not, nor do understand, and nothing can distinguish when I try to look."
"No other response," he said, "shall I make thee, but in action, for a modest request deserves to be answered by deed in silence."
We descended at the bridgehead, where it meets with the 8th bank of the Bolgia, and there the next chasm was revealed, and therein I beheld a terrible coiling heap of serpents, and of such a monstrous kind that the remembrance still congeals my blood. Let Libya's sands no longer boast, even if she breeds chelidri, jaculi, and pharai, with century and amphisbena. No plagues as swarming dire, nor so malignant did she ever show in all Ethiopia, nor with whatever in the Red Sea is. Amid this dread and dismal horde were naked spirits, running frantic and affrighted, nor hope had they of hole to hide, or heliotrope. Their hands behind them were with serpents bound, which riveted upon their reins the tail and head, and were in front of them entwined. And lo, at one soul who stood there on our side darted an adder forth, transfixing him where the neck is knotted to the shoulders. And faster than O or I could have been written, he was consumed by fire, burning entirely to ashes as he fell upon the ground. And as dissolved he lay, destroyed upon the ground, the ashes instantly uprolled together, and into his former self spontaneously returned. So by the great sages it hath been affirmed the phoenix dies, and then is born again when it approaches its 500th year. On herb or grain it feeds not in this life, but only on tears of incense and of balsam, and nard and myrrh are its last winding sheet. And just as one feels who falls he knows not how by force of demons who to earth him drag, or other physical obstruction that him binds, when he arises and around him looks, wholly bewildered by the mighty anguish which he has suffered, and in looking sighs, so was that sinner after he had risen from the dust. Justice of God! Oh, how severe it is, how hard, when blows like vengeance do pour down. The guide thereafter asked him who he was, whence he replied, "I pelted down from Tuscany a short time since into this cruel gorge.
A bestial life and not a human one appealed to me, even as the mule I was. I'm Vanni Fucci, the beast, and Pistoia, my befitting den.
And I unto the guide tell him to budge not, and ask him what crime thrust him here below, for once I saw him as a man of blood and rage. And the sinner who had heard dissembled not, but directed towards me both his mind and face, which with a melancholy shame was painted. Then said,
It pains me more to have been caught by thee amid this misery where thou hast found me, than when I was taken from the other life. What thou demandest I cannot deny. Know then, I have been thrust this low because I robbed the sacristy of its fair ornaments, a theft that I then falsely laid upon another, but that thou gain no pleasure from this sight, if ever thou escape from this dark place. Open thine ears to my foretelling, and hear this. Pistoia first of Neri groweth meagre, then Florence doth renew her men and manners. Mars draws a vapour up from Val di Magra, which is with turbid clouds enveloped round, and with impetuous and bitter tempest. Over Campo Piceno shall the battle be, when it shall suddenly rend the mist asunder, so that each Bianco shall thereby be smitten. And this have I said, that it may give thee pain.
Canto 25. Vanni Fucci's Punishment. Agnello Brunelleschi. Buoso degli Abati. Puccio Sciancato. Cianfa de Donati. And Guercio Cavalcanti. At the conclusion of his words, the thief lifted aloft both hands in figs, crying, "Take that, God, for at thee I aim!" From that time forth the serpents were my friends, for one entwined itself about his neck, as if to say,
Thou shalt not speak another syllable.
And round his arms another, to rebind him, clinching itself together so in front that he could no longer move at all. Pistoia, ah, Pistoia, why dost thou not resolve to burn thyself to ashes, and so perish, since thy seed excelleth in ill-doing? Through all the sombre circles of this hell I saw no spirit swell so proud 'gainst God, not even he who fell at Thebes from down the walls. He fled away and spake no further word, and after him a centaur, full of rage I saw, came crying, "Where is he? Where is the scoffer?" I do not think Maremma has so many serpents as he had along his back, right up to where his face began. And on his shoulders, just behind the nape, with wings wide open, lay a dragon that set fire to all that he encounters. My master said, "That one is Caucus, who beneath the rock upon Mount Aventine created oftentimes a lake of blood. He cannot, as his brothers, follow the same path, by reason of his fraud and theft against the mighty herd which near him stalled. There did his villainy come to an end beneath the mace of Hercules, who pounded him 100 blows, though he felt barely 10. While he thus spake, the centaur sped away, and there arrived 3 spirits underneath us, of whom nor I nor he, my leader, was aware, until they suddenly exclaimed, "Who are you?" At which we broke off our own talk to turn attention upon them alone. I did not know them, but it came to pass, as it is wont to happen by some chance, that one to name the other was compelled, exclaiming, "Where did Cianfa go?" At which, in order that the leader might attend, I laid a finger to my lips from chin to nose. Now, reader, if thou prove reluctant to believe what I shall tell, it will no marvel be, for I, who witnessed it, can hardly say it. Even as I raised my brows to gaze upon them, lo! A serpent with 6 feet darts forth in front of one and fastens on him. With its 2 middle feet it binds him round the paunch. With its front ones it seizes both his arms, thrusting its teeth into his cheeks, each one. The nether legs then stretch around his thighs, and it thrusts its tail between them both, spreading out behind the lower back. The barbs of the ivy never clasped as close unto a tree as this repulsive reptile clung around the other's limbs, and gripped so close it was as if those barbs of heated wax were made, their colours mixed and mingled, so that neither one nor other seemed what once he was. As up the shrinking paper, long before it burns, a brown tint climbs, not turning yet to black, while the white dies. The 2 other spirits stared in horror, and each cried, "O me, Agnello, how transformed thou art! Behold, how neither 2 nor 1 art thou!" For already the twin heads had merged on one, and it appeared those 2 figures mingled were into a single form, with all distinction lost. 4 limbs were fashioned into the 2 arms. The thighs and legs, the belly and the chest had changed to what never yet was seen. Every original feature of both beings was erased. 2, and yet none, had the perverted creature now become, and so departed at a sluggish pace, even like a lizard under the great scourge of heat during the dog days, shifting from break to break, appears like a flash of lightning across the road. So did appear this small fiery serpent creeping towards the bellies of the other 2, livid and black as is a peppercorn. And there in the entrails, where we first receive our nourishment, it stabbed one of them, then fell and stretched out flat in front of him. The pierced one stared down at it, but said naught, nay, rather with feet motionless, he yawned, just as if sleep or fever had assailed him. He gazed at the serpent, and the serpent gazed at him, and then smoke rose from both, and together wreathed, one through the wound, the other through the mouth. Henceforth be silent, Lucan, where he mentions the wretched fate of Sabalus and Nasidius, and wait to hear now what shall next be uttered. Be silent, Ovid, describing Cadmus and Arethusa, for if his fables transform the one to a snake and the other to a fountain, I grudge him not, because he never sang of transmutation in such manner, wherein 2 natures confronting each other were so ready to interchange their matter. They responded in such wise to one another that to a fork the serpent cleft his tail, while the feet of the wounded one cleaved together. The legs adhered to the thighs in such wise and so closely that in little time no sign whatever was apparent of the juncture. He with the cloven tail assumed the figure that the other one was losing, and his skin softened, even as the other's grew hard. Next I saw the arms withdraw into the armpits, and the feet of the reptile, which were short, lengthened even as the others did contract. Thereafter the hind feet, together twisted up, became the member that a man conceals, which in this wretch had split in 2, while the smoky exhalation veils the 2 of them in a new hue, and hair proliferates on one even as it sheds, and falls off the other. One of them uprose even as the other down fell, while keeping their fixed stare on each other, the muzzle of each beneath was changed. The long features of the one erect sank in his temples, and from the excess that was thus produced the ears thrust out from the hollow cheeks. Whatever of this excess did not become absorbed was retained in the face to produce a nose, and the lips thickened far as was befitting. He who lay prostrate finds his maw thrust forward, and the ears drawn backwards into his head, even as the snail draws in its horns. And so the tongue, which was intact and apt for speech before, is split in two, and biforked tongue of the other adheres after with the fading smoke. The soul which to a reptile had been changed, along the valley, hissing, takes to flight, and after him the other, speaking, splutters. At which point he did turn new shoulders on the third to say, "I'll have Buozo run crawling as I have done along this road." In this way did I see the fluctuations of the seventh ballast shift and reshift before mine eyes, which novelty provides me with excuse, if my pen wanders. And notwithstanding that mine eyes might be somewhat bewildered, and my mind dismayed, they could not flee away from me so subtly, but that I did not plainly recognize Puccio Sciancato, and he it was who of the three companions from the start remained alone, not changed. The other was he, Gavile, for whom thou still weepest. Canto 26. The 8th Bolgia. Evil Counsellors. Ulysses and Diomed. Ulysses' last voyage. Rejoice, O Florence, for thy fame is grown so great that over sea and land thy wings have beaten, and even throughout hell thy name is spread abroad. Among the thieves 5 citizens of thine like these I found, whence shame comes unto me, and thou thereby to no great honour risest. But if dreams be not vain when morn draws near, thou shalt in little time from now feel what Prato, if none other, craves for thee. And if it were now, it would not occur too soon. Would that it were now, seeing it needs must be, for 'twill aggrieve me the more, as more I age. We went along our way, and mounted up the stairs the Borns had made us to descend before, my conductor climbing, and me dragging after. And following a solitary path among the craggy rocks, it was not possible to climb ridge after ridge on foot, or clamber fast without the help of hand. Then sorrowed I, and sorrow now again when I recall to mind all that I saw, reigning in my genius more than I am wont, that it race not beyond the speed of virtue guiding it, so that if some good star, or better augury, have given me good, I may not deprive myself. Even as the rustic peasant, who upon some hill reclines to rest at last, when he who lights the world keeps countenance least hidden from us, during that hour when the fly gives way unto the gnat, seeth the glow-worms innumerable down in the valley, down where he ploughs perchance, and makes his vintage. So with flickering flames as manifold and resplendent was the 8th chasm, as soon as I became aware of the depth of it, all laid bare before mine eyes. And just as he who was avenged by bears witnessed the chariot of Elijah departing, at what time the steeds to heaven rose erect. For with bare eyes he could not follow it, or see aught else besides the flame alone ascending upward, even as a little cloud. So too each fiery flicker along the gorge of that deep gully appeared to be moving, for each flame contained a stolen sinner, though none revealed the theft. I stood upon the bridge, and tried to peer so far that had I not seized on a rocky outcrop, down had I fallen, without being pushed. And the leader, who beheld me thus attentive, exclaimed, "Within those fires spirits burn, each wrapped in that wherewith he is consumed." "My master," I replied, "to hear thy words confirms and makes me sure,
But I surmised already this might be, and already wished to ask thee, who moves within that fire which doth approach so cleft at top? It seems to rise from off the pyre where was Eteocles with his brother placed. He answered me, within there are tormented Ulysses and Diomed, and thus together they unto vengeance run, as unto wrath. And there within their flame do they lament the ambush of the horse, which made the door whence issued forth the Romans' gentle seed. Therein they grieve the crafty plot, for which the dead Deidamia still deplores Achilles, and pain for the Palladium too is borne. If they within those sparks possess the power to speak, I said, I pray thee, master, much I pray and re-pray that the prayer be worth 1,000, that thou make no denial to me of waiting till that horned flame shall hither come. Thou seest with desire I lean towards it. And he to me, full worthy is thy entreaty of much praise, and therefore I accept it. But take heed thy tongue restrains itself. Leave me to speak, because I have conceived already that which thou desirest, for they might disdain, perchance, since they were Greeks, thy discourse. When therefore the flame had reached that point where to my leader time and place seemed fitting, after this fashion did I hear him speak. O ye who burn twofold within one fire, if I deserved aught of you while living, if I deserved much or little merit from you, for the lofty verses I wrote of you in the world, do not move on, but one of you declare where, having lost himself, he went away to die. Then of the antique flame the greater horn, murmuring, began to wave itself about, even as a flame doth which the wind fatigues. Thereafter the flame's tip to and fro fluttering, as if it were the tongue that spake, found voice, and uttered thus: When I from Circe had departed, who concealed me more than a year there, near unto Gaeta, before yet Aeneas had ever named it so, neither fondness for my son, nor reverence for my old father, nor even the due affection which should have crowned Penelope with joy, could overcome within me the intense desire I had to gain experience of the world and of the vice and virtue of mankind. But I set sail this time on the high open seas with one ship only, and that small crew by whom I never had deserted been. Both of the shores I saw, as far as Spain, as far as Morocco and the Isle of Sardes, as well as the others which that sea bathes round about. I and my company were old and slow by the time we arrived at those narrow straits where Hercules his landmarks set as boundaries, that man no farther onward should adventure. On my right hand behind I left Seville, and on the other already had left Ceuta. O brothers, I said then, you who have already through 100,000 perils reached the west, for this short remaining watch that yet our senses still have to keep vigil, deprive yourselves not of knowledge, nor refuse proof, following the sun, of the unpeopled world. Consider ye the seed from which ye sprang. Ye were not made to live like unto brutes, but for pursuit of virtue and of knowledge. So eager did I render my companions with this brief exhortation for the voyage, that then I hardly could have held them back. And having turned our stern unto the morning, we made wings of the oars for our mad flight, evermore gaining on the larboard side. Already the night beheld all the stars revealed of the other pole, and ours so very low they barely rose above the ocean floor. 5 times rekindled
and as many quenched had been the light beneath the moon since we entered into the deep pass, when there appeared to us a mountain, dim in the distance, and it seemed to me so high as I had never yet beheld another. Joy seized us all, but soon sank to lamentation, for out of the new land a whirlwind rose, and smote upon the foreside of the vessel. 3 times it made her whirl with all the waters. At the 4th time it lifted high the stern, and the prow downward pulled, as pleased another, until the sea closed over us again. Canto 27. Guido da Montefeltro. His Deception by Pope Boniface VIII. The flame was now quiet and erect, and ready to speak no more. It departed from us by the gentle leave of the sweet poet, when yet another approached us from behind it, drawing our attention towards it through the confused sound issuing from its tip. As the Sicilian bull that bellowed rightfully with the lament of him who had first modelled and with his file modulated it, bellowed in so convincing a voice of the afflicted that notwithstanding it was made of brass, still it appeared with agony transfixed. Thus, having no other means or way of issue from the fire, the melancholy words at first converted were to its own language. But afterwards, when they had gathered way up through the point, giving it that vibration the tongue had given them in their passage out, we heard it say, "O thou, at whom I aim my voice, and who but now wast speaking Lombard, saying, Now go thy way, no more I urge thee, since I have come perchance a little late, to stay and speak with me, let it not irk thee. Thou seest, it irks me not, and I am burning. If thou but lately into this blind world hast fallen down from that sweet Latian land, wherefrom I bring the whole of my transgression, say if the Romagnols have peace or war, for I was from the mountains there between Urbino and the yoke whence Tiber bursts." Leaning below, I listened yet with heedful ear, when my conductor touched my side to say, "Speak thou to him, this one a Latian is." And I, who had beforehand my response in readiness, forthwith began to speak. "O soul, that down below art there concealed, never was nor ever has been thy Romagna not without war in its tyrants' hearts, but open war there at this time I did not leave. Ravenna stands as it long years has stood. The eagle of Polenta there still broods, so that she covers Servia with her wings. The city which had once resisted long and made of the French a sanguinary heap lies beneath green talons once again, and the old mastiff of Verruccio and the new that tore Montagna in their wrath now threaten with their teeth at will. The small lion rampant of the white lair, inconstant, governs the cities of Lamone and Santerno, changing with the seasons, summer-time and winter. And she whose flanks are washed by Savio's wave, even as lying between plain and mountain, lives between tyranny and a free state. Now I entreat thee, tell us who thou art. Be not more stubborn than the rest have been, so that thy name may ever face the world." And after the fire had roared after its fashion a little longer, its sharp tip flickered this way and that, and then breathed forth. If I believed that my reply were made to one who to the world would e'er return again, this flame would cease to flutter and stand still. But inasmuch
If I hear true, as no one ever did return from out this depth without the fear of infamy, I answer. I was a man of arms at first, and then became cordelier, believing Francis's girdle might amend. And truly, my belief had been fulfilled, but for that high priest, curses fall on him, who put me back into my former sins. And how and wherefore I will have thee hear. While yet I did inhabit the embodiment of bone and pulp my mother gave to me, the deeds I did were not those of a lion, but a fox. All covert machinations and all wily ways I knew, and so well plied these crafts that it was bruited, even to the ends of the earth. But when I reached that portion of my life and arrived at that age, when each one ought to lower the sails and coil away the ropes, that which before had pleased me gave me pain, and penitent, confessing, I surrendered. Ah, woe is me! How well did it avail me! The leader of the modern Pharisees, having a war near unto Lateran, and not with Saracens, nor with Jews, for each one of his enemies was Christian, and none of them had been to conquer acre nor merchandising in the Sultan's land, neither regarding his high office, nor the sacred orders in him invested, nor respecting on me that cord which should make meagre those who wear it. But even as Constantine sought out Sylvester to cure his leprosy within Soracte, so this one sought me out as an adept to cure him of the fever of his pride. Counsel he asked of me, and I at first was silent, for his words seemed drunken. But he persisted, saying, Let not thy heart fear aught, henceforth I thee absolve, and thou instruct me how to raise Palestrina to the ground. I have the power to lock and unlock heaven for thee, as thou dost know. Therefore are the keys too, the which my predecessor held not dear. Then, yielding to his forceful arguments, I found myself where silence seemed to be most perilous, and said, Father, since thou absolvest me of that sin into which I now must fall, the promise large, with a fulfilment scant, will make thee triumph in thy lofty seat. Francis came for me afterwards when I was dead, but one of the black cherubim then said to him, Take him not, do me not wrong. He must come down below among my servitors for ever, since he gave that fraudulent advice. I hovered near him at his very hair. For one who repents not cannot be absolved, nor can one both repent and will at once. Such contradiction is forbidden. Oh, miserable me, how I did shudder when he seized on me, saying, Peradventure thou didst not know I was logician. He bore me unto Minos, and that judge entwined his tail 8 times about his callous back, and after he had bitten it in rising fury, said, This is a guilty soul that in the thievish fire must vanish. Wherefore, here thou seest I am lost, and in my going thus bemoan me. When it had completed its recital, the flame departed, writhing and flapping its sharp horn, and uttering wails and lamentations. And onward we passed, both my conductor and myself, up o'er the crag, above another arch, over the moat, wherein the penalty is paid by those who, sowing discord, win their burden. Canto 28, the 9th Bolgia. Schismatics, Muhammad and Ali, Pierre da Medicina, Curio, Mosca, and Bertrand de Born.
Who could in full, and e'en with many times repeating in unfettered words, tell of the blood and wounds which I saw now? Each tongue would of a certainty fall short by reason of our speech and memory, that have small room to hold so much. If all the people were again assembled which formerly upon the fateful land of Puglia lamented for their blood shed by the Romans, and the lingering war that of the rings made such illustrious spoils as Livy has recorded, who erreth not, with those who by resisting Robert Guiscard felt the agony of untold blows, and all the rest, whose bones are still at Ceperano gathered, where to a renegade turned every Apulian, and at Tagliacozzo, where old Alardo conquered without arms, showing one limb transpierced, the other one lopped off, all these combined would be naught to compare with the grisly sight of the 9th pit. A barrel without midboard or crosspiece was never shattered so, as I saw one rent from the chin to where he breaketh wind. His entrails were hanging down between his legs, his heart was visible, as was the dismal sack that maketh excrement of what is eaten. While the sight of him absorbed all my attention, he gazed at me, and opening wide his chest with his hands, said, "See how I rip myself. See how mangled and mutilated is Mohammed. Before me doth Ali weeping go, face cleft from forelock to his chin. And all the others whom thou here beholdest were disseminators of scandal and of schism while alive, and thus are rent asunder now. A devil is behind here, who cleaveth us asunder cruelly, putting to the sword's edge each and every one of all this crew, as soon as we have circled round the doleful road. The reason being that our wounds are closed when we pass by in front of him again. But who art thou that musest on the crag above to postpone going down to pain perchance that hath been fixed upon thee for thy crimes? Nor death hath reached him yet, nor guilt doth bring him here to be tormented, replied my master, but to procure him full experience, it behoveth me who have died to conduct him through this hell from circle unto circle, and it is as true as I am speaking to thee." More than 100 souls were there who heard him, standing in the moat stock still to look at me, their wonder making them oblivious of torture. "Then tell Fra Dolcino, O thou who wilt shortly see the sun perhaps, to arm him with provisions, if he wish not to join me here too soon. Warn him lest stress of snow give victory to the Novarese, over whom to win it would not otherwise be easy." With one foot raised did the prophet speak this word, then placing it down upon the ground, he soon departed. Another one, whose throat had been pierced through and nose was closely cut beneath the brows, with nothing left him but a single ear, stayed on to stare in wonder with the rest, before the rest did slash his gullet wide, which was already smeared bright red. "O thou," he said, "whom guilt doth not condemn, and whom I once saw up in Latian land, unless too great similitude deceive me, call to remembrance Pierre da Medicina, if e'er thou see again the lovely plain that from Vercelli slopes to Marcabo, and make it known to the best two of Fano, to Messer Guido, and Angiolello likewise,
that if foreseeing here be not in vain, they shall be cast over from their vessel in the sea, and drowned near unto the Catholica by the betrayal of a fell tyrant. Between the isles of Cyprus and Majorca, Neptune ne'er yet beheld so great a crime, neither of pirates nor Argolic people. That traitor who sees only with one eye, and holds the land, which one with me would fain never to have seen,
will make them come unto a parley with him,
and then so shape his ends with Focara's wind that neither vow nor prayer can save them. And I to him, if thou wouldst have me bear this news, show me now and declare who is this person of the bitter vision. Then he laid hand upon the jaw of a companion, and ripping wide his mouth, cried, This is he, although he speaks not. This is the outcast, who every doubt submerged in Caesar by affirming that to delay was always to the detriment of the prepared. Oh, how bewildered then did Curio appear to my sight, with tongue asunder and his windpipe slit, Curio, who in speaking had been so bold. And one whose hands had been lopped off raised high both stumps in the murky air, so that the blood besmeared his face, and cried, Remember Mosca too, alas, who said a thing once done and there's an end to it, which was an ill seed for the Tuscan people. Ay, and brought death unto thy tribe, I added, whence he, accumulating woe on woe, departed like a person sad and crazed. But I remained to look upon the crowd, and saw a thing which I should be afraid, without some further proof, even to recount, if it were not that I am reassured by conscience, that good companion which emboldens man beneath the breastplate of pure feeling. I truly saw, and still I seem to see it, a trunk without a head, walk in like manner as walked the others of the mournful herd. And it held by the hair its own head, sharp dissevered, hung from the hand in fashion of a lantern, and that upon us gazed and said, Oh me! It of itself had made to itself a lamp, and they were two in one, and one in two. How that can be, he knows, who so ordains it. When it was come close to the bridge's foot, it lifted high its arm with all the head, to bring more closely unto us its words, which were, Behold, O thou who dost go breathing among the dead. Behold now the sore penalty, and say if thou hast beheld any yet as great as this. And so that thou may carry news of me, know that Bertrand de Born am I, the same who gave to the young king evil comfort. I made the father and the son rebellious. Ahithophel not more with Absalom, and David did with his accursed goadings. Because I divided persons who were so united, divided now do I bear my brain, alas, from its beginning in this trunk. Thus is observed in me total retaliation. Canto 29. Geri del Bello, the 10th Bolgia. Alchemists, Grifolino d'Arezzo and Cappuccino. So many souls disfigured and people wounded had so inebriated these mine eyes that all they could do was wish to weep. But Virgil said, What dost thou gaze at still? Why is thy sight still riveted down there among the mournful, mutilated shades? Thou didst not linger at the other pits before this one. Consider closely, if thou desirest to number them, that for 22 miles the valley winds, and the moon is now already down beneath our feet. Henceforth the time allotted us is brief,
and more must yet be seen than what thou seest."
Thereupon I answered, "If thou hadst attended to the cause on which I looked, perhaps a longer stay thou wouldst have pardoned." But my guide had meanwhile departed, and after him I followed, making already my reply, and adding, "In that cavern where mine eyes were fixed with such attention, I think a spirit of my blood laments the sin which down below costs him so much." Then said the master, "Let thy thought no longer be afflicted by him. From this time forth reflect on other things, and let him there remain. For I saw him below the little bridge, pointing at thee and threatening fiercely with his finger, and heard the others call him Geri del Bello. So wholly wast thou busied with the other spirit then of him who formerly held Altaforte, thou didst not look that way. So he departed." "O my dear guide, his violent death still unavenged, yet weighs on him," I said, "and seeing anyone who is a sharer in the shame, made him indignant, which is the reason he departed, as I imagine, without speaking to me, and that makes me pity him the more." Thus did we speak as far as the first place upon the crag from which we might have seen down to the bottom of the next valley, had there been more light. When we were right above the last cloister of Malebolge, so that its lay brothers were manifest to our sight, I heard divers lamentings, which pierced me through and through with arrows barbed, and filled me with such compassion that mine ears I had to cover with my hands. What anguish would exist if 'twixt September and July from the hospitals of Valdichiana and those of Maremma and Sardinia, all the plagues and diseases were gathered in a single ditch. Such was it here, and such a stench from it arose as from festering limbs is wont to ooze. We had descended by then to the furthest bank of a long crag, keeping always to the left, when my power of sight grew clearer, and I saw into the lower abyss, there where the mistress of the High Lord, Justice herself, infallible, punishes the forgers she has recorded. I do not think there was a sadder sight, even in Aegina, when all the people fell sick, when the air was so full of pestilence that all the animals, down to the smallest worm, fell ill, and as poets have affirmed, a new race of ancient people were afterwards from the seed of ants restored. Then was it to behold through that dark valley the spirits languishing in divers heaps. This one over the belly, that one over another's back, lay supine, while some on their hands and knees were trying to crawl along the dismal road. Step by step we journeyed on in silence, gazing upon and listening to the sick, who had not strength enough to lift or even move their bodies. I saw two seated, propped up against each other, like two heating platters, besplattered from head to foot with scabs. And never did I see a currycomb plied as fast by a groom for whom his master waits, or him who keeps awake unwillingly, as each one plied the bite of nails and scratched his own skin to relieve the raging itch which could find no other succour. And as they did, their nails peeled off the scabs, even as a knife rips off the scales of bream or any other fish that has them largest. "O thou," began my leader unto one of them, "that doth with thine own nails so skin thyself, making pincers of thy fingers now and then, tell me if any Latian lies among those here, so may thy nails suffice thee in this work, and scratch thee raw to all eternity." "We are Italians, thou dost witness, tortured thus, both of us here," one weeping made reply. "But who art thou that questionest us?" And the guide replied, One who descends from cliff to cliff am I, with this living man, intending to show all hell to him." Then they did pull apart, breaking their mutual support, and trembling turned each one towards us, as did others, who heard on the rebound. Then my good master inclined himself in my direction, saying, "Ask them whate'er thou wishest." And I began, since he would have it so. "That your memory may not become erased from out the minds of men in that first world, but may survive beneath innumerable suns. Tell me who ye are, and to what people you belong. Let not your foul and loathsome punishment make you afraid to show yourselves to me." "I of Arezzo was," one made reply, "and Albert of Siena had me burned. But what I died for does not bring me here. It is true that I spoke to him in jest and claimed that I could rise by flight into the air, and he, who had conceit but little wit, would have me show to him the art, and since I did not turn him into Daedalus, had me burned by one who thought of him as son. But Minos flung me to this gulf, the last of 10, condemned for the alchemy I practised in the world. Him no subterfuge eludes." Then I to the poet turned and said, "Now surely, master, was there ever a people as vain as the Sienese? Even the French are not as frivolous." Whereat the other leper, who had heard me speak, replied unto my words,
"With the exception of Strica, who knew the art of temperance, and Niccolo, who discovered the luxurious use of cloves before all other in that garden where such seed takes root. And let the band also be exempted, who squandered Caccia d'Ascian's vineyards and vast woods, where the Abbagliato aired his wit. But that thou mayest recognize who seconds thee against the Sienese, sharpen thy sight towards me, that my face answer thee. And thou shalt see, I am Capocchio's shade, who metals falsified by alchemy. Thou dost recall, if I observe thee well, how skilful an ape I was of nature."
Canto 30. Other falsifiers or forgers: Gianni Schicchi, Mira, Adam of Brescia, Potiphar's wife, and Sinon of Troy. At such time when Juno was yet again enraged by Semele against the Theban blood, which happened more than once, so bereft of reason did Athamas then become, seeing his own wife walking laden with a babe upon each arm, that he cried, "Spread the nets, that I may take the lioness and her whelps at the pass." And extending his unpitying claws, he seized the first innocent, named Learchus, and whirling dashed the babe upon a rock, while she with the other drowned herself. And at such time when fortune downward hurled the all-presuming arrogance of Troy, and the old king and his realm perished, and when Hecuba, sad, disconsolate, and captive, first beheld Polyxena dead, and her son Polydorus lifeless on the shore, the sight of the wild ocean drove that grieving one out of her senses, and she ran barking like a dog, so much her mind distorted was by anguish. But neither Theban furies nor Trojan frenzy ever inflicted their goads on beasts or human beings with such cruelty as I beheld at the sight of two ghostly shadows, pale and naked, running and biting wildly like a boar turned loose from its sty. One came at Capocchio, and sinking his teeth into the nape of his neck, dragged him along till his belly grated on the ground. And the one from Aretine, who trembling remained, said, "That rabbit sprite is Gianni Schicchi, who goes about harrying people. To whom I replied, "O let it not weary thee before the other two set teeth on thee, to tell us who it is, ere it dart hence." And he to me, "That is the ancient ghost of the nefarious Mirror, who became beyond all rightful love her father's lover. She came to sin with him after this manner, by counterfeiting in another's form, just as he there who goeth yonder, that he might gain the lady of the herd, counterfeited himself as Buoso Donati, making a will and giving it due form." And after the two furious shades were gone, on whom mine eyes had fixed before, I looked back upon the other spirits evil born. And there I saw one fashioned like a lute, if only his groin had been cut off just at the point where a man is forked. A heavy dropsy swelled his limbs with ill-digested humours, so distorting its proportions that his face no longer corresponded with his belly, and gasping like a thirsty hectic, he was compelled to open wide apart his lips, the lower drooping towards his chin, the other upward curled.
"O ye," he said,
addressing us,
"who in this world of woe art without torment, though why I know not, behold me here, and be attentive to the misery of Master Adam. While I was living I had much of what I wished, but now, alas, crave a mere drop of water. The rivulets that from the verdant hills of Cassentin fall down into the Arno, making their channels cool and soft, glitter constantly before my eyes, and not in vain, for the image of them dries me up far more than the disease which shrinks my face. The rigid justice that chastises me doth draw occasion from the place wherein I sinned to put my sighs the more in flight. There is Romena, where I counterfeited the currency imprinted with the Baptist, for which my body burned above. But if I here might see the sorrowing soul of Guido, or Alessandro, or their brother for Branda's fount, I would not change the welcome sight. One of them is within already, if the raving shades that go about here speak truth. But what doth it avail me, whose limbs are bound? If I were only still so light that I could advance at least 1 inch in every 100 years, I had already started on the way, seeking him out among this squalid bunch of folk, although the circuit be 11 miles, and not less than half a mile across. They were the ones who brought me down in this tribe. They did induce me into coining florins, which contain 3 carats of impurity."
And I to him, "Who are the 2 poor wretches steaming there, like a wet hand in winter, that lie close to your confines, on the right?"
"I found them here," he replied, "when I rained down into this chasm, since when they have not turned, nor do I think they ever will, to all eternity. One is the false woman who accused Joseph, the other the false Greek, Sinon of Troy. They reek like this from a raging fever."
And one of them, who took it ill, perchance, at being named so darkly, smote him with the fist upon his hardened paunch.
It resounded in response as if it were a drum, and Master Adam smote his face in turn with an arm that seemed as hard, saying to him,
"Although all motion be taken from me with these leaden limbs, this arm of mine is as yet unfettered for such purposes."
Whereat the other answer made,
"When thou didst go into the fire, it was not very helpful, but when thou coined, it served you well enough."
And the dropsical one replied,
"Thou speakest true, but thou wast not so truthful when questioned of the truth at Troy."
"If I spake false, thy coin was still more false," said Sinon. "And while I suffer for one single fault, thou dost for more than any other demon."
"Remember the horse,"
he of the swollen belly made reply,
"and be rueful, perjurer, that the whole world may know it."
"Rueful to thee be the thirst that cracks thy tongue," the Greek retorted, "and the putrid water that swells thy paunch before thine eyes."
Then the false coiner said,
"Thy mouth gapes wide for speaking evil, as 'tis wont. If I thirst, it is because I swell with moisture. But thou art parched and burning with a head that aches, and would not need many words of invitation to lick up the mirror of Narcissus."
To go on listening to them was I wholly fixed, when the master said, "Now see how little it would take for me to quarrel with thee." And when I heard him speak to me with anger, I whirled round in such shame to him that still it circles in my memory. And just as one who dreams of his own harm, and dreaming wishes it a dream, so that he wishes for what is as if it were not, so such a one I was, not having power to speak, for to excuse myself I wished, and even while excusing myself did not think I did it. "Less shame hath washed away far greater faults," the master said, "than thine hath been. Therefore disburden thee of sadness. And do not forget that I am right beside thee, if it ever come to pass again, that fortune bring thee where people are in like dispute. For the wish to listen is a wish that's base." Canto 31. The Giants, Nimrod, Ephialtes, and Antaeus. Descent to Cocytus. The selfsame tongue that wounded me at first, so that both cheeks were tinged, one and the other, then offered me the cure. In like manner also have I heard that Achilles' spear, his father's and his own, were once the cause first of a sad and then a gracious boon. Turning our backs upon that wretched valley, we crossed the bank that girds it round about, without any further speech. There it was less than night and less than day, so that my eyes saw little up ahead, but I could hear a loud horn blaring, so loud indeed that thunder would have sounded faint in following it, and mine eyes turned directly to the spot from whence it came. For Roland on his horn breathed not a blast as baleful after the dolorous discomfiture when Charlemagne his holy emprise lost. I had not lifted long my head to look in that direction, when many lofty towers I thought I spied, at which I asked, "Master, what town is this?" And he to me, "Since thou hast tried to peer athwart the darkness at too great a distance, so it is that thou hast erred somewhat in fancy. Well shalt thou see, if thou arrivest there, how much the sense can be deceived by distance. Therefore spur thee on a little faster." Then tenderly he took me by the hand and said, "Before we farther do advance, the truth may seem to thee less strange. Know that these be not towers, but giants who stand in the pit below, ranged round the bank, immersed one and all from navel down. As when a fog doth gradually drift away and vanish, and our vision little by little doth begin to trace whate'er the crowding vapour has concealed, so piercing through the dense and darksome air, as more and more we neared the verge, my error fled, and fear came over me. For just like Monte Regione, crowned with towers that circle round its many parapets, even so the embankment that surrounded the abyss was turreted with the tops of terrible giants, half of their bodies upreared, while Jove did menace down upon them from high heaven with rolling thunders. And already I was able to discern one now, his face, his shoulders, chest, and most of his belly, down to where his arms were hanging at his sides. Certainly nature, when she ceased to create monsters like these, did well to frame certain animals as slaves of war, and if she repenteth not of elephants and whales, whosoever pondereth will surely approve her wisdom and discretion all the more. For where intellectual reasoning is combined with evil will and lust for power, no people can resist such force. His visage seemed in length and bulk as tall and wide as is the pine that tops St. Peter's in fair Rome, and in proportion were his other bones. So from the bank which like an apron girdled him down from the midriff, as much showed above of his stature as it would have taken 3 Frieslanders to vault in vain to reach his hair, and I could see 30 great palms of him below, from where a man his mantle buckles.
Raphael my ameris bealmi,
he roared through those ferocious lips which were ill-suited to the singing of sweet psalms. And my guide addressed him, saying, Idiot soul, keep to thy horn, and vent thyself with that, when wrath or other passion touches thee. Search round thy neck, and thou wilt find the belt which keeps it fastened, O bewildered one. See where it crosses thy mighty chest. And then to me he said, This one himself accuseth. He is Nimrod, the giant through whose evil one language in the world is not still used. Here let us leave him and not speak in vain, for even such to him is every language as his to others, which to none is known. Therefore a longer journey did we make, turning left, and a crossbow shot beyond confronted another giant, fiercer by far and huge. I cannot guess what master hand had bound him, but his right arm had been pinioned close behind, and in front the other with chains that held him so begirt from the neck down that on the uncovered part of his body it was wound round as far as the 5th coil. This proud one wished to pit his strength 'gainst Jove supreme, my leader said, and therefore he has this reward. Ephialtes is his name, and great his prowess was, what time the giants did terrify the gods. The arms he wielded then move nevermore. And I to him, if it were possible, I would wish that mine eyes might experience the measureless Briareus, whence he replied, Thou shalt behold Antaeus here, close by, who still can speak and is unbound, and can us place at the rock bottom of all crime below. For much farther is the one whom thou wouldst see, and he is bound yonder, and fashioned like to this, save that his aspect more ferocious seems. There never was an earthquake of such violence that it could so sway a tower as when Ephialtes suddenly did shake himself. Then was I more afraid of death than ever before, for nothing more than fear was necessary, had I not beheld the manacles. From there did we straightway proceed still farther, till we to Antaeus came, who full 5 ells, without his head, forth issued from the pit. Then spake my master, O thou who in the valley fortunate, which Scipio made the heir of glory, when Hannibal was turned back with all his hosts, did once bring back 1,000 lions for thy prey, and who, hadst thou been at the mighty war among thy brothers, some still think the sons of earth the victory would have gained. Place us below, nor be disdainful of it, there where Cocytus is locked up in cold. Do not force us to plead with Titius nor with Typhoeus. Here is one who can give thee what is longed for. Therefore stoop down, nor curl up thy lip, for he can yet restore thy fame in the world above, as he yet lives, and still expects long life, if to itself grace call him not untimely. So spoke the master, and in answer did the other hastily his hands extend, and took my guide up, hands whose mighty pressure Hercules once felt. Virgil, when he was thus taken up, then said to me, Draw nigh, that I may take thee too, and of us both one bundle made. As doth appear the leaning side of Caricenda, when a cloud passes over it, seeming to hang as if counter to the tower itself, so did Antaeus seem to me as I stood by, watching in terror when he stooped, wishing that I could have gone off some other way. But lightly, at the bottom of the last abyss which swallows Judas up with Lucifer, he set us down, and without more delay or bowing, as a mast in ship, uprose away. Canto 32, the 9th circle. Traitors, the frozen lake of Cocytus. First division, Caina. Traitors to their kindred. Camicione de Pazzi. Second division, Antenora. Traitors to their country. Dante questions Bocca degli Abati, Buoso da Duera. If I had rhymes that were both rough and raucous, as are appropriate to the dismal hole on which all other rocks thrust their weight down, I would squeeze out the juice of my conception better, but because I can command them not, speech I enforce instead, and with no little fear. For to sketch the bottom of the universe is no task to take in jest, nor one for the tongue of infants, used to the babble of mamma and babbo. But may those very maidens who helped Amphion, walled within Thebes, assist this verse of mine, that my words diverge not from the truth. O ill-begotten rabble, more wicked than all others who abide in a place so hard to speak about, better ye had been sheep or goats on earth. When we were down within the darksome well, lower still further down, beneath the giant's feet, and I lifted mine eyes to scan the lofty wall above, I heard a voice say,
Look out! See where thou dost tread! Take heed lest thy feet trample on the heads of these so weary and most wretched brothers.
Whereat I turned around and saw spread out a lake, all underfoot, whose frozen surface made it more like glass than water. Not so thick a veil of winter ice did ever cover the current of the Austrian Danube, nor the Don yonder beneath the frigid sky, as there was here, so that if Tambernich had fallen upon it, or Pietrapana, e'en the edge would not have cracked. And as the frog sometimes peeps out to croak with his mouth above the water, in that season when the peasant girl oft dreams of gleaning, so stood the miserable spirits locked in ice, livid with cold, right up to where shame shows, as their teeth chattered like stork beaks. Each one his countenance had lowered down, their mouths the cold, Their eyes the sorrow did reveal of the dole in their heavy hearts. When round about me I had looked a while, I gazed down too, and saw two standing there so close that their tangled locks were frozen together on their heads. "O ye," I said, "with breasts that are so tightly pressed, tell me who you are." And bending back their heads, they lifted both their faces up towards me, and I perceived their eyes, first only moist within, filled up with tears that spilled over the lids where the frost congealed them fast again. Plank to plank was never clamped so close nor fixedly, at which, like two he-goats enraged, they butted their heads together in a fury. And one, who by reason of the cold had lost both ears, still with his visage lowered, asked, "Why dost thou brood on us so deeply? If thou desirest to know who those two might be, the valley whence Byzantio descends belonged to them, and to their father, Albert. They from one body came, and old Caina, if thou searchest, thou shalt find no shade more worthy to be fixed in gelatine. Neither he, whose breast and shade both broken were with one and the same blow by Arthur's hand, nor Focaccia, nor he who me encumbers with his head, so that I see naught before nor beyond, and who doth bear the name of Sasol Mascheroni. If thou art Tuscan, thou shouldst know him well. And that thou put me not to further speech, be advised that I was Commissione de Pazzi, and do await Carlino to exonerate me." Then I beheld 1,000 faces that were purple with the cold, whence a shudder overcomes me, and will evermore, glancing at frozen ponds. And while we were advancing towards the middle, where everything of weight unites together, and I was shivering in the eternal shade, whether 'twere will or destiny or chance, I know not, but in walking 'mong the heads, I struck my foot hard in the face of one. Weeping, he growled, "Why dost thou kick me? Unless thou comest to add to Monteperti's vengeance, why dost thou molest me?" And I, "My master, now wait here for me, that I through him may issue from a doubt. Then thou mayst hurry me as thou shalt wish." The leader stopped, and to that one I said, who was blaspheming vehemently still, "Who art thou that reprehendest others thus?"
"Now, who art thou," he did reply, "that goest through Antenora, smiting other people's cheeks, so that if thou wert living, 'twere too much?"
"Living I am, and dear to thee it may be," was my response, "if thou demandest fame, that mid the other notes thy name I place." And he to me,
"For the reverse I long. Take thyself hence, and give me no more trouble, for ill thou knowest to flatter in this hollow."
Then by the scalp behind I seized upon him, and said, "It must needs be thou name thyself, or not a hair remain upon thee here." Whence he to me,
"Though thou strip off my hair, I will not tell thee who I am, nor show thee, if 1,000 times upon my head thou fall."
I had his hair in hand already twisted, and had pulled out more than one shock of it, he barking, with his eyes held firmly down, when another cried,
"What aileth thee, Bocca? Isn't it enough to clatter with thy jaws, but thou must bark? What devil touches thee?"
"Now," said I, "care I nothing for thy speech, accursed traitor, for unto thy shame I will report of thee veracious news."
"Begone," replied he, "and say what thou wilt, but be not silent if thou issue hence of him who just now had a tongue so prompt. He grieveth here for the silver of the French. I saw, canst thou thus phrase it, him of Duera there, where the sinners stand out in the cold. And if thou shouldst be questioned of who else thou hast beside thee there, him of Beccaria, by whom the gorge of Florence has been slit. Gianni del Soldanieri, I think, may be yonder with Ganelon and Tibaldello, who oped Faenza when the people slept.
Already we had gone away from him when I beheld two frozen in one hole, so that one head a hood was to the other, and even as bread through hunger is devoured, the uppermost on the other set his teeth, there where the brain is to the nape united. Not in another fashion Tydeus gnawed the temples of Menalippus in disdain, than that one did the skull and other parts. O thou who showest by such bestial signs thy hatred against him whom thou devourest, tell me the wherefore, said I, with this compact, that if thou rightfully of him complain in knowing who ye are, and his transgression, I in the world above repay thee for it, if that wherewith I speak be not dried up. Canto 33. Count Ugolino and the Archbishop Ruggieri. The death of Count Ugolino's sons. Third division of the 9th circle. Tolomeia. Traitors to their friends. Friar Alberigo. Branco Doria. Lifting his maw from up his grim repast, that sinner, wiping it upon the hair of the same head that he behind had gnawed, did then begin. Thou willest that I once again renew the desperate grief which wrings my heart to think of only, ere I speak of it. But if my words be seed that may bear fruit of infamy to the traitor whom I gnaw, speaking and weeping shalt thou see together. I know not who thou art, nor by what mode thou hast come down here, but a Florentine thou seemst to me truly when I hear thee. Thou shouldst know then that I was Count Ugolino, and this one was Ruggieri the Archbishop. Now I will tell thee why I am such a neighbour. That through his plots and malicious influence, and trusting in him I was made prisoner, and after put to death, I need not say, but that which thou canst not have heard, that is to say, how cruel was my death, hear thou shalt, and know if he has wronged me. A narrow perforation in the mew which bears because of me the title Famine, and where others still must be locked up, had shown me through its grate too many moons already, when I dreamed the evil dream which of the future rent for me the veil. This one appeared to me as lord and master, hunting the wolf and whelps upon the mountain, for which the Pisans cannot lucre see. With sleuth-hounds gaunt and eager and well-trained, Goalandi with Sismondi and Lanfranchi he had sent out before him to the front. After a brief hunt, the father and the son seemed tired and lagging, and with sharp tushes I thought I saw their flanks ripped open. When I awoke before the morrow dawned, I heard my sons, who with me were, moaning in their sleep, begging for bread. Cruel indeed art thou, if yet thou grieve not, thinking of the foreboding in my heart, and if thou weepest not, what wouldst thou weep at? They were awake now, and the hour drew nigh when they were wont to bring our food to us, and through his dream was each one apprehensive. And then I heard at the door below of that horrible tower the bolts slammed shut, whereat without a word I gazed into the faces of my sons. But I wept not. I had turned to stone within. They wept, and my darling little Anselm said, "Why dost thou stare so, father? What doth ail thee?" Still not a tear could I shed, nor answer give, all of that day, nor yet the night thereafter, until another sun rose on the world. And now as a little glimmer made its way into the dolorous prison, and I saw upon 4 faces my own very aspect, both of my hands did I bite in savage agony, and thinking that I did it from desire of eating, on a sudden they uprose, and said, "Father, it would give us much less pain if thou do eat of us. Thyself didst clothe us with this poor flesh, so do thou strip it off." I calmed me then, not to grieve them even more. That day we all were silent, and the next. Ah, obdurate earth, wherefore didst thou not open? When we had come unto the 4th day, Gaddo threw himself down, outstretched before my feet, crying, "Father, why dost thou not help me?" And there he died, and as thou seest me, I saw all 3 fall, one by one, between the 5th day and the 6th. Whence I betook me, already blind, to groping over each, and 3 days called them after they were dead. Then hunger did what sorrow could not do. When he had spoken, with eyes wild and distended, the wretched skull he seized again between his teeth, which as a dog's upon the bone were strong. Ah, Pisa, thou opprobrium of the people, of the fair land where the sea doth sound, since slow to punish thee thy neighbours are, let the Caprea and Gorgona move, and make a dam across the mouth of Arno, that every person in thee it may drown. For even if the ill repute of Count Ugolino is known for having foully betrayed thee in thy castles, thou shouldst not have put his sons on such cross. Thou modern Thebes, their innocence and youth made Uguccione and Brigata guiltless of crime, as were the other 2 my song doth name. We passed still farther onward, where another people found we, roughly in the rugged ice enswathed, not downward turned, these, but all on their backs. Weeping itself stops them from weeping in that place, and grief that finds a barrier in the eyes turns itself inward to increase the anguish. For the first tears spilled had clustered to a block, and in the manner of a crystal visor filled all the cup full beneath the eyebrow. And notwithstanding that, because of cold, all sensibility was lost from on my face, as in a callous, with abandonment of sense. Still did it seem I felt a certain breeze, and asked, "My master, who sets this wind in motion? Is not below here every vapour quenched?" Whence he to me, "Full soon shalt thou be where thine eye shall answer make to thee of this, seeing the cause which raineth down this blast." And one of the wretches of the frozen crust cried out to us, "O souls, so merciless, that the farthest post is given to you, lift from mine eyes the rigid veils, that I may vent a little the sorrow which doth swell my heart, ere the weeping it congeal again." Whence I to him, "If thou wouldst have me help thee, say who thou wast, and if I free thee not,
Then may I go to the bottom of the ice."
Then he replied, "I Friar Alberigo am. He am I who is fruit of the bad garden, who here a date am getting for my fig."
"Ha!" said I to him, "art thou too dead?" And he to me, "How may my body fare up in the world? I am right ignorant. Such an advantage has this Ptolemaea, that oft times the soul descendeth here sooner than Atropos in motion sets it. And that thou mayest more willingly remove from off my countenance these glassy tears, know that as soon as any soul betrays, as I have done, his body is overtaken from him by a demon, who thereafter governs it until his time has wholly been resolved. Headlong then falls the soul into such cistern, and still perchance above appears the body of yonder shade that winters here behind me. This one thou shouldst know if thou hast just come down. It is Sir Brancadoria, and many years have passed since he was thus locked up."
"I think," said I to him, "thou dost deceive me, for Brancadoria is not dead as yet, and eats, and drinks, and sleeps, and puts on clothes."
"In the ditch above," said he, "of the Malebranche, there, where the tenacious pitch is boiling, Michael Zanche had not as yet arrived, when this one left a devil in his stead, harbouring his own body, and one near to him of kin, who made together with him the betrayal. But now stretch forth thy hand towards me, and ope mine eyes." And open them I did not, for to be harsh toward him was courtesy.
"Ah, Genoese, ye men at variance with every virtue, full of every vice,
Wherefore are ye not scattered from the world?
for with the vilest spirit of Romagna I found of you one such, who for his deeds in soul already in Cocytus bathes, and still above in body seems alive." Canto 34, Fourth Division of the Ninth Circle. The Giudecca, traitors to their lords and benefactors, Lucifer, Judas Iscariot, Brutus, and Cassius, the chasm of Lethe, the ascent. Vexilla regis prudeunt inferni. Towards us therefore look before thee, my master said, to see if thou discernest him. As when through a heavy fog breathing, or when through the night hemisphere darkening, there appears far off a windmill turning. Such a building then methought I saw before me, and to shield me from the wind I drew behind my guide, for no other shelter was there. Now was I, and trembling with fear I put it into verse, there where the shades transparent had become, all covered up and glimmering like straws in glass. Some are prone lying, others stand erect, this on the head and that one on the soles, another like a bow with face to feet inverted. When we had proceeded as far forward as my master pleased, that he might show to me the creature who had semblance of beauty once, he moved from before me and made me stop, saying, "Behold this, and behold the place where thou must arm thyself with fortitude." How frozen I grew then, and faint, ask me not, reader, for I cannot write it. All language is insufficient. I did not die there, but nor could I remain alive. Think for thyself now, hast thou aught of wit, what I became, being of both deprived.
The emperor of the kingdom dolorous from his mid-breast issued from the ice, and to compare me to a giant was more like than to compare a giant to his arm. Consider now how great must be that hole which corresponds to such a part. Were he as fair once as he now is foul, and lifted up his brow against his Maker, little wonder if from him all tribulation doth proceed. Oh, what a sight, and oh, how strange it did appear when I beheld 3 faces on his head. The one in front, and that vermilion was. The other 2, that were combined with this, above the middle part of either shoulder, and all were joined together at the crest. The right-hand one seemed yellow-white, the left was such to look upon as those from where the Nile falls, valleyward. And beneath each face 2 mighty wings appeared, such as became so great a monstrous bird. Sails of the sea I never saw so large. No feathers had they, but as like a bat their fashion was, and he was waving them, so that 3 winds proceeded forth therefrom. And by these was Cocytus frozen utterly. With 6 eyes did he weep, and down 3 chins trickled teardrops, and the bloody drool. And the teeth in each of his mouths were crunching a sinner in the manner of a brute machine, so that all 3 had a tormented aspect. The one in front suffered less from biting than from rending, for the spine was sometimes stripped entirely of all skin. That soul up there which has the greatest punishment, the master said, is Judas Iscariot. With head within, he plies his legs without. Of the 2 others, whose heads are downward, the one who hangs from the black jowl is Brutus. See how he writhes, and speaks no word. And the other Cassius is, who seems so stalwart. But night is reascending, and 'tis time that we depart, for we have seen the whole. As was his pleasure, I then clasped him round the neck, and he, taking advantage of both time and place, when the wings were opened wide apart, seized upon the shaggy flanks, and holding fast from shag to shag, descended downward then, between the thick hair and the frozen crust. When we had reached there where the thigh widens to the thickness of the haunch, my guide, with labour hard and panting breath, turned from those shanks his head, and began to clamber up, as if ascending by the hair, so that to hell I thought we were returning. "Keep fast thy hold, for by such stairs as these," the master gasped as one fatigued, "must we perforce depart from so much evil." Then finally issuing through a rocky opening, down on the brink he seated me, and then with wary step he joined my side. I lifted up mine eyes and thought to see Lucifer in the same way I had left him, but I beheld instead his legs uprising, and if I then became disquieted and perplexed, let the dull-minded think who do not see what was the point beyond which I now had passed. "Rise up," the master said, "upon thy feet. The way is long and difficult, the road, and now the sun to middle tierce returns." It was no palace hall where now we were, but a dungeon natural, with rough floor and a scant supply of light. "Ere from the abyss I tear myself away, my master," said I when I had risen, "to free me from an error, speak a little. Where now is all the ice? And how is this one fixed thus upside down? And how in such short time from eve to morn has the sun made transit?" And he to me, "Thou still imaginest thou art beyond the centre,
where I grasp the hair of the abhorrent worm that doth bore the earth. That side thou wast, so long as I descended. When round I turned me, thou didst pass the point to which things heavy draw from every side. And now beneath that hemisphere art come to the place opposite, which overhangs the vast dry land, and 'neath whose cope was put to death the man who without sin was born and lived. Thou hast thy feet upon the little sphere which makes Judeca's other face. Here it is morn when it is evening there, and he whose shaggy hair made us a stare still fixed remaineth ever, as he was before. Upon this side did he fall out of heaven, and all the land which once stretched here made of the sea a veil for fear of him, and to our hemisphere retired, and peradventure back recoiled to shun him, leaving what seems vacant between in this empty place. A place there is below from Beelzebub as far receding as the tomb extends, which not by sight is known, but by the sound of a small rivulet that through a chasm tumbles within the stone, gnawed by its passage as it winds about and gradually descends. The guide and I into that hidden road now entered, to return to the bright world, and without care of having any rest, we mounted up, he first and I following second, till through a round aperture I beheld some of the beauteous things of heaven. Thence we came forth to see again the stars.